Hello, everyone. I'm Chris Monitsky with the Fort Worth Astronomical Society, and I'm terribly sorry about that. I forgot to start streaming, and so I've been talking to myself for the last couple minutes. It's all right. So, uh, welcome to our March Messier Marathon Star Party. Um, for those of you who don't know, the Messier Marathon is a long slog through the night trying to see all 110 objects of the Messier catalog. And the Messier catalog is named for Charles Messier, who was a French astronomer in the late 1700s. He was a comet hunter. All he cared about was comets, nothing else. So everything that he saw in the sky, if it was fuzzy, it might be a comet. And so he looked at it night after night, and if it didn't move, then it wasn't a comet. Well, he got tired of finding these fuzzies in the night sky over and over and over again, and he got tired of basically letters from friends saying, I found a comet. No, that's not a comet, that's just a fuzzy. And so he created this catalog starting in 1776 or 1774, and the final version I think was 1781. Um, and he found these 110 objects. And it turns out that these are some of the most interesting in the sky. These are nebula, these are planetary nebula, these are emission nebula, these are what used to be called spiral nebula, and now we know are actually spiral galaxies. And there are open clusters, there are globular clusters. So we'll be going through and trying to find as many of these objects as we can. Uh, I don't think this is going to be an all-nighter. It is already getting cold, and this is a Sunday night, so I have to work in the morning. But we'll be going as long as we can, and just one right after the other. And right now, it's still light out, so I guess we could have started a little bit later. I still have some setup to do. I came out here last night, and I had some issues with equipment, so I wasn't able to fully set up. The telescopes are set up. Roughly. I still have to do a polar alignment. I can't do that because I can't see Polaris yet. It is too light out. So we'll just go and talk about the process of setting up telescopes, the process of what it actually takes to do astrophotography, um, and then just start imaging. I don't have the camera set up yet. I don't have uh, the telescope aligned yet. I don't have the two telescopes zeroed out yet. So there's a process that has to be done, but that's okay. We still have time to do it, and we'll just talk it through. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over so you can see kind of what the setup is like. These two telescopes here, this is what we'll be using. The telescope on the left is a TeleVue 101 apochromatic refractor. This is a 4-inch telescope. It's an f5.4. Size-wise, this is very similar to what Charles Messier used when he was looking for comets. He had a 100 millimeter telescope, but I think it was much longer. I want to say it was it was greater than an f10. I don't remember the exact number, but it was greater than an f10, which means that if it was an f10, the objective is 4 inches across. The length of it would be 40 inches. So it's significantly longer than this telescope. Think of like a long, long tube. One of the reasons why is back then, when they were grinding the lenses, the technology to grind them and to test them didn't really exist apart from star tests. So basically, you would have to grind the lens um, into a lens was convex lens, and then you would go test it at night looking at a star. If the star was kind of wobbly shaped, if it was kind of extended out, if it was a spike, if it was kind of elongated in different directions, that gave you an indication of how misfigured your lens is. Well, with modern technology, we can get very, very accurate lens designs, so we can make them short. We can make short tube telescopes. Back then, they didn't have the technology. So their lenses, if you just look at it outside of the telescope, it looks like a flat plane. But in reality, it is just slightly convex. Or if they had two lenses, one was a flat side and then it was just slightly concave, and that would make a doublet. So it was practicality that they were able to do as much as they could with the technology limits of their days. it is getting colder. I'm actually surprised. Today I was actually out. Oh, why am I talking to this camera? I should be talking to this camera. So, um, I was uh, um, I was out today gardening, and the weather was absolutely fantastic. And now it is getting very cold very fast. And it's getting very cold very fast because we have a clear, cloudless sky. On the plus side, we also have no wind whatsoever. So here's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to start setting up the rest of the telescopes. I'm going to put in the cameras, get everything wired up, and I'll talk about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it so you can kind of see what's going on. I've got some light shining everywhere, so I'm going to move the camera just slightly so that you can see a little bit more of what the telescope is and not get blinded by the light. There you go. That should be better. Is that good? It's not bad. Okay, so here's what we have. This is... There you go. Didn't move the microphone. So this is the Teleview 101 apochromatic refractor, and the telescope here is a Ritchie Chrétien. It is a telescope with two glass mirrors, one up in front and one in the back, and I believe they're both hyperbolic. This is the same design as the Hubble telescope. This is an astrograph. This is really meant for imaging. You can use it visually. I could just put a eyepiece in the back and I could use it that way, but it is meant um, as a astrograph. It is meant to take astronomical photographs and not just look through. So that's its design. So what are we going to do? We are going to connect this. We're going to plug everything in and make sure everything works. So what I'm going to do is I have to polar align it, and I'm not able to polar align it just yet. Um, I've got tools here. I've got the laptop ready. I've got lights, everything shining. We're still waiting for it to get dark. If you have any questions, if any comments, go ahead and put them in the chat, and I will get to them. I will need to put something else on because this is not warm enough. I actually have another sweatshirt, and I have a good thick coat in the car, and I will have to put those on because it should be dropping down into the low 40s tonight, probably not too long after sunset. Um, so we're down here in Grandview. We're out of the city. It's probably one of my cousins coming by from the back lot. It is a lot darker here than it is in the city. It's fairly quiet. We may hear some coyotes. We may hear some dogs later on, but that's okay. On the plus side, we are far away from the airport, so we don't really have any flights overhead. And I spoke too soon. I can just see an airplane and its contrails right over there. So, as an orientation, the telescope and the mount. Let's go with the mount first. The mount is actually pointed right now very close to celestial North Pole. That's this axis here. There is a polar finder here, so I can see exactly where Polaris is, and I'll be using a camera to make it much more accurate. But we go from here all the way through, and this points out at Polaris. So once this is aligned, all we're doing to track something is moving this in the right ascension axis. Right ascension, you can think of it as going along the equator. Declination is going to be up and down north-south, so that's latitude, and yeah, and this hits the longitude. So, okay, I'm not really sure what happened. I had a systems crash, but it's coming back up. Okay, well that was weird, interesting. Haven't had anything like that happen before in a while. Um, okay, where was I? Not sure where it crashed, but here we go. So the mount is pointed at Polaris. We'll have to do a polar alignment once we can see Polaris. So north is actually in this direction, and that means that west is right back toward you guys, right toward the camera there. So across that way is, well, that away is to the east. So that's west. Okay, west is not quite there. This is more southwest. All right. And then, of course, south is, yeah, south is there, west is here. All right, well, I hope we don't have any other glitches going on. See how it goes. It is getting cold. It's getting chilly. So I'm going to do two things. Put this on. This will help keep my head a little bit warmer. Something that we have to worry about when we do astrophotography, especially in the winter or well, early spring, I guess, for Texas weather. Good way to tell. If you're outside and you want to see the difference between clouds and open skies in terms of temperature, all you have to do is use your hand. Your palm is actually very sensitive to heat. If you have your palm down, you can feel the heat coming off of the ground, even on a cold night, because when you turn it over, you can feel it significantly cooler. So what's happening is all the heat is escaping up, and it's very, very cold in the upper atmosphere. So you're losing heat this way. If it's cloudy, this may not have much of a difference. You may not feel much of a difference when it's cloudy because the clouds are trapping in the heat. There's nothing to trap the heat tonight. So I'm going to go over and I'm going to go grab something else to put on, and then we'll start getting the camera set up, and I'll talk through all the cameras and all the other equipment. I just have to see where I put everything. Everything is somewhere. It's one of the things we have to do is we have tons of cables, and we're just kind of putting them out there. Let me look at the chat, see if anyone's saying anything. All right, here we go. Okay, we got 9 people on. That's not too bad, especially for a Sunday night, right? So again, we're going to go on as long as we can, and right now I'm going to go put something on, and I'm going to go grab the cameras, so give me just a moment. Oh no, I grabbed the wrong sweatshirt too. Oh well. I definitely grabbed the wrong sweatshirt. So we're going to make do with just the coat. It will have to do because it's getting cold. I'm surprised with just how chilly it's starting to get. But this should be enough. I'm not too worried. Pockets are warm. I'll be fine. All right. What's next? What do we have here? We're going to do the cameras. We're going to get the cameras ready. So here's what I'm going to do. We may switch out for different cameras later. Actually, no. No, I'm going to go ahead and do it right now. So I'll have a, I'll use, no, I got to do 2. We'll have 2 DSLRs going on. And the reason why I say that is I need to be able to do some alignment between them. So I'm going to get 2 DSLRs, and that's where they are. I'm going to set them up, and then plug them in. And if I'm looking out, I still don't see Polaris. I know exactly where Polaris should be, but I don't see it yet. And I'll be able to test it out in just a moment, I hope. Okay, I found what I needed. I actually have a little pair of binoculars that I made, and these are actually pretty neat. So what these are, they're called owl eyes, essentially. So what this thing is 2 I think it's like, or 4 point, I think it's 0.45 focal reducers for a camera. So I picked these up off of eBay. I think it's like $5 each or something, just under $5. Just my fingers hurt, so it's hard to get the caps off. it's very, very tight in here. And the back caps are actually screwed on. But what these will let me do is you can think of them as super, super low power binoculars. These are only 2x. Typically binoculars start off at about 7x, 10x, 15, 20, depending on what you get. But these are actually 2x. But because of the size, one day it'll come off. There we go. Okay. Because of the size of them compared to my pupil, they gather 4 times the light that the eyeball Mark 1 does. So this is what it looks like. Ooh, so I can see an airplane coming in that I can barely see now. I can see it right away. So what I'm going to do is look over here to where I'm pretty sure Polaris is. And I don't see it yet. I know. Oh, wait. I don't see it yet. If I had a more powerful pair of binoculars, that might be doable. But this isn't quite ready. So, or at least the night sky isn't ready. But when it does, these will let me see quite a bit better. Just well, than just the eyeball Mark 1. All right, cameras. We got to get the cameras done. So I will start getting the cameras out. So I've got 2 DSLRs. One is a Canon T3i, and this one is modified, which I need my glasses so I can see. The T3i is modified so that, yeah. So it's specifically designed for, or modified for astrophotography. This one actually has a, the filters taken off of it, so it's basically a naked sensor. This allows it to be much more sensitive to red than it would otherwise be. So I'll get this on one, and then I have my regular Canon T5i, T6i, and this is unmodified. This is the one I use for my regular photography stuff. This one I'll have on the other one, and by having both the cameras in at the same time, I'll actually be able to take the telescopes and have them pointed at the same object. So when we slew to, let's say, the Orion Nebula, we can see the Orion Nebula centered in both views. So let's see, what do we got? Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. It is kind of bright with the lights on, but once it gets darker, I will turn the lights down. I also have some grids on one of the lights, so it won't be shining directly into the telescope. All right, get this. So what I'm doing right now is I'm attaching one of the cameras to one telescope, and I'll attach the other one to the other one. And I'm just gonna have to go manual. I had a flashlight. I had a flashlight here somewhere. Somewhere. It's always somewhere, isn't it? There's always a flashlight somewhere. Here we go. I have a flashlight. Be able to see what's going on. There you go. Flashlight on a stick. So I actually have a focuser on here, and I'm going to have to disconnect that focuser and basically do it as a clutch. Turn this off. There we go. So, otherwise, I can't really move it. There we go. Now we got it. Technically, I should be able to zero it out this way. That's okay. We'll play with it later. So what do I have to do next? I have to plug these in. So one of the issues that we have with oh, thank you. That's my cousin with the handy flashlight. So one of the issues that we have is when we're taking images, sometimes we want to take a 5-minute image or 10-minute exposure, some of these long ones, and we really can't do that well um, if we use camera batteries. So we have to use AC pack. And now I got to go hunt down my AC packs. So I've done that one. Let's get the other camera on here. And I hope I'll get into focus. I may have to use the an extension on it, but that's okay. And okay, power and USB. SOS, huh? Power. All right, let's get the power. Not one thing, it's another, right? Okay, here we go. This is one power. Oh. Fix this. Man, this is fun, isn't it? All right, so here's what I got. I'm looking at an AC power adapter. So the AC power adapter lets me power on the camera for much longer periods of time. And these aren't terribly expensive. You can get ones from Canon or Nikon, depending on what you shoot. You can also get third-party ones. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. Just luck of the draw. And there's also issues where really cheap ones I do not recommend getting. If the price is too low, there's probably a reason for that. And the reason is they use substandard parts, and you may fry out your expensive DSLR. So the question is, how much do you really want to risk with your equipment? If you have expensive equipment, you want to minimize the damage that can possibly happen from substandard stuff. So I typically get the good stuff instead. So here's what I've got. This one will let me go ahead and power my camera. It's easier just to go down here, find it. There we go. And all the cameras let you do this. So what I do is I put it in, and oh wait, hold on. Okay, there we go. Goes in, clicks in, and there's this little rubber flap that comes out the side. And that little rubber flap lets the cable come out. So now when I turn it on, there we go. It's now powered. Cool. So I don't have to worry about this one right now. We're good. If I look up here, Polaris is almost but not quite up. So now I've got to get the other one. So I need one more power adapter for it. Let's see. I thought I saw it somewhere in here. Not one place, it's another. There you go. Yes, I know. Okay, so I've got this, and I've got, where is it? So I've got this thing, and I need a cable, power cable. Here we go. All right, one power cable. And you know what I really need? I need a lav mic. I need a mic that'll stay on my throat while I'm doing this stuff. But it looks like we're going out just fine. If any questions? Oh, John is saying we wear sunglasses even at night. Well, John may. I certainly don't. Okay, so again, I already had the cable. I didn't need it. So here we go. The cable was attached already. Everything was already set up. And typically, at least the way I tend to function is I take everything that I have and bring it with me, and then I end up using about a third of it. But it's always just in case, just in case. I may use this. Can you really have too many USB cables? Probably yes. So, uh-oh. This is This is not it. Well, that's not good. It looks like it's the same thing, but this is not it. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it is. I'm missing the actual adapter. So this here plugs into the battery adapter, which I need to now hunt down. And it looks kind of like... There we go. Looks kind of like this. So this is the actual adapter. Got a little plug right there by the side. And that's what I got. This only looks like a big mess. All right, fine, it is a big mess. So I'm opening up the battery bay, putting this thing in, take the cable out, and let's get this thing on. No cardon camera, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so I've got power on 1, I've got power on 2. That's what we want. All right, what is next? It should actually be pretty close to time to do a polar alignment. Now, where did I put my polar scope? I can't remember. Can't remember where I put it. Like I said, if it's not one thing, it's another. So this is the guide scope, and watch, I need this foot for my polar scope. So let's go hunting for the polar scope. Where could it be? Where could it be? Put it in here somewhere. It's not in here. Oh, there it is. I even took out the polar scope so I wouldn't lose it. So this is called a Pole Master, and this lets me go ahead and do a polar alignment very quickly and very, very accurately. You can do stuff like drift align, but I found that electronically it's so much faster, so much easier to do the polar alignment. So that's what we'll do. And this is why I have tools. And I probably should go ahead and get another one of these feet, but they're kind of expensive, so it's like I don't really, if I don't have to spend the money, yep, that one doesn't fit. The way you can think about it is this: spending money saves you time and effort, and sometimes it's not worth it to spend the money, and sometimes it is definitely worth it to spend the money. So I found that if I spend the money in the right places, I get much better results. But if you spend money on things that you really don't need to, it's like you get diminishing returns as well. So if you're going to spend the money, spend it on your mount. Your mount's very, very important to spend money on. Spend it on your telescopes. Spend it on your cameras. Don't spend it on necessarily on the side stuff. You don't need to spend it on expensive USB cables. You don't need to spend it on like really expensive accessories. That's just not necessary. Instead, spend it on what you need. The stuff that's going to give you the biggest bang for the buck, the best return. And I can tell you right now, spending it on a mount, spend it first on the mount. Get the best mount that you can. That'll fit not just your budget, but your equipment weight. Then start spending it on other stuff. Get your cameras last, especially if you're starting off. Don't go for really expensive cameras. You don't need them. I don't have them. I've bought all my equipment used. Buying it new, if you need it new, you need it new. If you can afford it, get it new. But I can't afford it new, and so I get it used. So here we go. This is a small, think of it like a webcam. It's basically a small webcam hooked up to a CCD, a C-mount, old style, like a 16 millimeter, the 16 millimeter film cameras back from, from some of your childhoods that Dad cranked out. This is the kind of lens that was on it. So this is an 8 millimeter lens on here, and it gives a fairly wide view of the sky. And now I'll be able to just put it right on here and crank it down. Well, it'd be better if I could actually put it on here. It's kind of hard to see. There we go. Ah! Alright, so here's what I got. It's now connected. Nope, it's not. There we go. Nope. How's that? It's kind of connected, kind of not connected. Let's see how well this does. It's not. It doesn't want to connect to this rail very easily or very well for some reason. So I'm going to sling it underneath instead. I have two rails. One's going to work, right? One has to work. My cousin is trying to light me up. Okay, so now we need a USB cable. Can you find me a USB cable? A micro, not a mini, a micro. There's probably some plenty around. Here is a micro. Okay, one micro. This is fun, isn't it? So here you go. And I have a USB hub on here already that's connected to the laptop. So we'll just go and set up the software on there. There's zero indication that it's powered on. You have to do it from the laptop. So let's go back over to here and see what we can see. All right, so I'm sitting and oops. Let's see how we're looking. Okay, so you can see me, right? I'm gonna go ahead and bring up the software. And no, that's not what I want. What am I looking for? Polemaster software. So the way I have this set up, I actually have two computers. One is the streaming computer, and one is the astronomical laptop that I'm using. So here's what I'm going to do. That light's killing me. So we're going to have to turn this one down. I think that one's... Let's get this one down. There we go. Yeah, just kill it. All right. We'll deal with one light. Leave it at that. Worst case, I can always move that one over or something. So here we go. And I'm going to go ahead and switch over to a laptop. Ah, that's not right. So, where do I want to be? No, this is the one I want. I keep having to switch it. All right. Got this one. And where am I? Where am I? I'm here. Cool. You can see me? Excellent. So here's what we got. We're looking at, is that Polaris? That could be Polaris. Let's find out. We can see the stars. So we're going to go to, okay, click on Polaris. Is that Polaris? Now we have to rotate and find out, are we actually looking at Polaris or not? And the way we do it is with this. I don't think we're looking at Polaris. I don't think it's bright enough to be Polaris, and the stars don't match up. So it's bright, but oh wait, oh, there we go. We are looking at Polaris. Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. So we're good. So I think y'all can see fairly well right now what's going on. If you have any questions, go ahead and let me know. Oh, John says Rode microphone. Yes, Rode makes a very, very, very good microphone. Is just so that's my problem. I'm trying to keep my budget as absolutely low as possible, and the reason is, while I am doing this for the Fort Worth Astronomical Society, I'm actually purchasing the equipment myself. So I have to keep my wife happy, or as minimally annoyed as possible. I love you, dear, if you're watching. So I try to get you stuff as often as I can. I try to get not the lowest quality that I can, but stuff that's good quality but fairly cheap. Because again, my budget is tiny as possible. So I'm looking at stuff which the Rode stuff is going to be $100 for a microphone. Um, I'll be honest, a lot of the stuff I have is I got for free. The camera that we're using right now, my cousin gave it to me to use for this. He gave me a nice Blue Yeti microphone, so the audio is quite nice. I've been using some of my old equipment as well. I used to do DJ stuff, so I have my old studio mic and things like that. Um, I'm trying to use what I have as best I can. So I will be looking for a lav mic, but I'm thinking I probably need a wireless one, and the price is up there for that. So it's something off to the future. All right, so polar alignment. We're looking at Polaris, right? We found Polaris. We found these 5 stars around Polaris. We've got the template on there. So now we can go on next. So no, we do not want to do that. Choose a star other than Polaris. All right, which one do we got to do? Let's just do this one. All right, so here we go. That's the star other than Polaris. Now I have to rotate the whole mount. Yeah, I'm going to do this manually. So what I'm going to do is, oh boy, how are we going to do this? So this is kind of some technical issues because I kind of want everyone to see what's going on. This is border right there. So I can do this one, and I will try to do, man, it's not one thing, it's other, right? Here we go. Let's see how well this works. And that's big. And I'm trying to get this thing down a lot smaller. So you can kind of see me in here and not just other stuff. Here we go. How's this? So you can see the view from the webcam and not just the view from me. So I want to see what's going on. I'm going to have the laptop kind of pointed in the direction of the cameras over here, so that I can see what's going on. And if you guys have any issues, let me know. John says, petition the board for equipment. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Since I'm no longer president, I don't have much of a say, and I'm not a board member, so I can only ask. Yeah. So also, this past week has been just not a whole lot of fun. We had issues with the freeze. So one of the reasons why we didn't have a star party in February is, I don't know if y'all heard, but Texas had a pretty bad freeze a couple weeks ago, and lots of damage across the entire state. Lots of people lost power, people who lost their lives. So we were lucky we did not lose power, but we did have a water break, and basically part of the ceiling in my garage caved in. So yesterday I've actually spent the last several weeks cleaning everything out. Yesterday we had drywallers in to put up a new ceiling. That got done late. Took me a while to get out here to get everything done. There's just been so much going on that we just couldn't do anything. So in February, during the freeze, we had power, but we were still very cold. And there was one night when it was clear, and I thought, man, this would be a great time to take out the telescopes. And then I thought about it. It was 0 degrees. I didn't want to be outside with the telescope when it was 0 degrees. Yeah. Uh-oh. I didn't turn it off, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, so now I'm looking. There it is. Okay, finished. Now I have to click on this thing, and we'll do this. Okay, now I have to move it some more. So what I'm doing is I'm basically teaching the pole master where the center of view is. Now I just got to lock it down like this, and now it'll go finished. And now step 3, Was that 30 degrees? Maybe, maybe not. Now that circle tells us that if I rotate this telescope back, which I'm about to, it will go back to where it was, and that star should stay in the same circle no matter where we're looking. That's what we want. Is it? Yeah, it is. It's right back there. So we're good. We're correct. Okay, double click Polaris. Take Polaris now. Oh, hey, hold on. Double click it. Now we're going to move the, get the stars centered. That's not it. That's good right there. Success. Okay, so here's what I got to do. I have to move Polaris. So Polaris is right there. Okay. This isn't bad. This is actually pretty decent. So I just eyeballed it last night, when I was doing my polar alignment, and I just eyeballed it through the polar scope and got Polaris somewhere close by. This is not bad for basically a 2-minute alignment, but it ain't great. So because it ain't great, we got to get it right. This is all the work that's got to be done before we can do any imaging. Okay, and we're not even done yet. So ideally, all this is done the night before. And this is actually one of the reasons why my cousins and I have been talking about putting an observatory down here in Grandview. Still streaming, no issues, cool. There is Polaris. Now I got to figure out how to move it. So to get it done right now, I have to move it left or right and up and down. I don't actually change the axes. I have to rotate the mount left, right, and up and down to get it centered out. So the trick is this. I've got 2 little knobs. That's the wrong direction. So, oh, that's close. See that? That's pretty close. Okay, so now I've moved it in that direction. Now I need to move it up and down. Up and down, I have a little knob here. Okay, that's close. I have to undo this lightly. Yeah, and having an observatory would be nice because then I don't trip over all the cables. Hope you can hear me. My audio level should look pretty decent. All right. Oh, that was me. I'm kind of blocking the view. Okay. Tighten it. Almost. How is that? That's pretty close. Now I can just tighten this one. Tighten it. Almost there. There. All right. I'm going to call that good enough. We're not doing any heavy duty photography tonight. We're just trying to get as much done as we can. It is dark now. I got to do last thing. But these telescopes should be pretty centered as it is. I haven't really messed with it, so it should be pretty close. And so the tool goes right here. This is one thing I like about the Ioptron is the mount is a CEM60 EC. It's kind of weird in how it looks. It's not like a typical German equatorial, but this type of balance system seems to be really, really nice, and it can handle a good payload. I'm pretty happy with this one. So I'm gonna unlock quarter. The trick is you crank. It uses these magnetic clutches, and you crank it closed, and then you do a quarter turn back, and that unlocks it just fine. And I've kind of modified this one in a way that it probably shouldn't be. One over. So this is a dual mount, and it's not typically the way most telescopes are mounted, but this lets me do 2 different objects, or sorry, the same object at 2 different focal lengths. So it's actually kind of cool. I like it. All right, Polaris is good. We're good on Polaris. The next thing is, well, let's see what it says. Always. Just unplugged something. Oh. Okay. The mount needs to be turned on. Mount is on. Let's let the mount boot up. Actually, I forgot something. He took the flashlight. He took the flashlight. All right. So I will use my flashlight on a stick. This is actually another studio camera that I have. Oh, sorry, studio light. Where is? So I have a little extension cord that I made for the handset. I'm still having issues with using my software to connect to it remotely, but with the extension cord, I make do. It works fine. I just have to turn it off, unplug it, plug it in here, and we will drag it all the way back out to, here we go. Almost, there we are. Will it be tangled? Will it be knotted? Will it hit the ground? It's fine. Everything's fine. I've actually had nights a lot worse than this. So, this is cool. Extension cord works. Yeah, I've had some bad nights before. I remember one time I was trying to do some imaging. I finally managed to get everything working at 12:30 in the morning. And by that time I was so exhausted, I had to turn everything off because I still had to go ahead and plug everything in. Oh, sorry, to take everything down and put it back in the house. All right, so we're doing this. We're finished. And rotate. That's gonna be good enough. That's fine. That's fine. I'm good. Okay, so we can do that. We can say goodbye to the pole master. I will undo it because I actually have a camera that's connected that it's now blocking the view of. Again, it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I've got this over. I'm going to actually use a different guide scope. I know that one's working. Now I have to step over this one and be careful not to step on anything, trip on any more cables. Come on. There we go. All right, another guide scope. There we go. This is an older one that I've got, but it's good. It's decent. So what we're doing right now is going to be putting this guide scope on, and there we go, tightened up, and this is probably out of focus, but it's fine. We'll fix the focus. And I couldn't find my headset today, my headlight, I should say. So we're making do, as we always do. All right, here we go. It's this. It's this. It's this. Now I can actually start doing something. I can get the two telescopes together. Ideally, it'd be on something super, super bright. I don't see anything super, super bright. Yes, I do. Sirius. We're going to get this thing on Sirius. So I will do an alignment. Let's see, unknown position, menu. I will do alignment. I'm going to do 1-star alignment, Sirius. Enter. This may actually be pretty close. I'm hoping it's going to be really close. I mean, in terms of the alignment. Sorry, not in terms of the alignment. In terms of actually pointing at Sirius. It's not bad so far. If you notice, it's fairly quiet. This is a lot quieter than my old mount. I have a Celestron CGM DX, and oh man, that thing's just loud. All right, this is pretty close. It's not dead on, but it's pretty close. All right. Next time I'm going to raise the mount up higher. This is kneeling in the dirt. All right. It's a couple degrees off. It's not too bad. Faster. Slow. Yeah. direction here. That's pretty good. All right, now, way to do it is we switch to video mode. Switch to video mode. Do I see anything? Oh, yeah, there we go. I think I do. Let's see. Wrong direction. Yeah, there we go. All right. So what I'm doing is trying to find. I've got Sirius in the field of view. It's just a matter of centering it, and I'm centering. It's just really hard to see right now. And on this one, I don't have. It's not even in focus. That's why. So I've got two. There we go. Now I'm getting something in focus. Okay. It's not in focus either. Okay, so I need an extension tube. It's always something else, isn't it? Always something. So here's what I've got. I don't know if y'all can see that. Not well, or at all. Okay, anybody else? Okay. All right, so Cyber Player saying that he had some power issues as well with the freeze, but okay, cool. So here's what I've got. Here's what I will test next. I have to get this one in focus. Can I get this in focus? Yeah, I can get that in focus. Cool. All right, so I can get that one in focus. This one, I need to center it. It's pretty close. It's actually not bad. So the teleview actually have on an XY mount as well. So what I can do is I can move this left, right, and up and down in relation to this one. So I can get both of them on the same target. And what I do it is, nope, wrong direction. Almost. That's good. And then up, down. I got a little locking wheel. There we go. Up, almost. Here we go. Cool. All right. But it is out of focus. It's fine. The way you fix that is we use an extension tube. I have an extension tube. Where did I put my extension tubes? There's one extension tube. There's another extension tube. Cool. All right. And today, we're not going to do any focal reducers or any of that stuff. We're going to go just deal with what we got. There, here we go. So this is an extension tube, so I can bring it to focus. The focuser itself is designed for now I gotta rack it in. So the focuser itself is actually designed for visual use with a what do you call it? With a diagonal. So there'd be a diagonal here at the end of it, and the eyepiece goes into it. This is not designed as a photographic instrument. Like everything else, we modify it to make it work. So what I'm doing right now is I need to do, what do I need to do next? Focus. We need to talk about focus. And once I get focus done, we can start with imaging, finally. So, now I need cables. I need, this is such a trip hazard. I need 2 USB cables so I can connect the cameras to the USB hub, which connects it back to the laptop. Okay, cool. So we're not seeing anything on there. I will actually switch to another view so you can see more. This one, no. That one, yes. Oh, let's see, transform. Here we go. Okay, cool. This is better. Now we can see what's going on. Yeah, so I've got the views on both the cameras, so I can see the same object. I have Sirius in both, so now I know that this is centered out. I need to plug this thing in, but this thing's gonna be fine. It's gonna be general. Not too worried. And then I also have a wide field camera underneath there, which is really hard to see right now. Okay, next. Let's think about it. I need to connect. So I will go get one more, because I just had one, didn't I? Nope, I got this one for the guide cam. And then I need 2 more USB cables. And I've got this, nope, not that one. What is that? This one, yes. 1 camera, 1, 2, what's this? No, this isn't it. This is too small. We're always looking for stuff. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to be able to do now is connect both of them in to the laptop, and then we can actually see the views coming from them. That's what we really want, right? And that we can do focusing, and focusing can be pretty precise. That's not the right one. Yes, it is. That's the right one. Oh, USB. Plug in one way or the other. So this cable then connects back in here. Remember, USB ports are 5-dimensional. You have to rotate it 3 times before you can shove it in. Okay, clicked off. That's good. It's on. Next cable. It's in my hand. Of course it is. How about this? How about I put this down? There we go. Okay. Now I can see kind of what's going on slightly. And yes, this is exactly what an astrophotography night session is like, except that I don't talk to myself nearly as much when I'm out doing it by myself. But it gets kind of boring if I don't say anything, right? Honestly, it gets kind of boring when I do say something. At least it does to me. So I was actually going to have someone else come out here. Zach from last time was going to join us, but he had some work issues. He was not able to come. So it's just me again for the next couple of hours. All right. What do we have? Any questions? No, again, if you have any questions, comments, pick up the cameras. Okay, next I have the Batinov masks. So we're going to be doing our focusing. 2 masks. Okay. So, we talked about them before, the Batinov masks. Actually, this is a good way to see them. Okay, see that nice little pattern? I can even get closer. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. This is the pattern of a Batinov mask. Okay, what it does is it splits up the light in such a way to generate these diffraction spikes. And when they do, we can more accurately get focus. We've done this before. We'll do it again. 1 camera at a time. And able to see what that looks like. Looked up. Okay, cool. So both are actually cracked. That is totally okay. So all I'm doing is I'm just putting it on the very front of the telescope. It should be centered. So you don't want it off center. That does affect focus slightly. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Let's do this. I'm gonna switch over to man, if it's not one thing, it's another. All right, we're gonna go switch to this, and we're gonna go ahead and turn that off. Come back to here. Is that it? No, that's not what I want. Saying full thing. There we go. Now you see me. Man, it's not one thing, it's another, right? Okay, so we're going to do this. That's what I want to see right now, at least temporarily. What are we doing? We are doing Canon cameras. So we're doing backyard EOS. Okay. I know, I probably should have opened up all this stuff before, but I didn't. So backyard EOS is a nifty little program. It's not little anymore, but what it lets us do is connect into cameras, specifically Canon cameras, and there is a backyard Nikon as well. Ooh, now that's which one do I want to do? Let's do T6i for now. And the reason is we're going to do frame and focus. So it's going to open up, and now we're looking at Sirius. That's Sirius right there. That's what we want to see, where we got Sirius. Zoom in. Zoom in was fine. But what I want to do is Batinov, calculating. I need to do bulb duration ISO. Yeah, we want a big ol' ISO. Ideally, I want like a couple seconds longer. No? Let's zoom in on this. Hello. Hello. There we go. Okay. So I don't know if y'all can see, but we do have some spikes on here. Okay. So I'm having trouble seeing the camera. That's fine. Here's what I'm saying with the spikes. The spikes need to be symmetrical on either side of focus. This is not symmetrical. So let's see what's going on. I want to do this again. Yeah, there we go. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just going to be racking the focus. There we go. Cool. How was that? Just needs a tiny touch. Okay, that's not bad. So it's showing it as pretty symmetrical. How is that? That's pretty cool. Just a slight touch is all needed. So what I want to see, actually I can go back a little bit more, getting out of fine focus. It's too much. Right in there, how does that look? That's not bad. We want it to be symmetrical. We want it to be as even on one side as the other. And let me show you, I will just unfocus it. I know roughly where the focus is. So, and this is in real time or close to real time. You can see the spikes, that central spike is moving left and right depending on how much out of focus it is. So I want to get it right in, and that was pretty close right to there. No, that wasn't. That was off now. I want to bring it back just a tad. How symmetrical is it? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. The Batinov mask thing, it's not picking up enough. Okay, cool. So we got one done. Get this off. Wait. Yeah. Put that there. Okay, so we got one done. Now we're going to switch. So Sirius is pretty good. Disconnect this camera. Connect the T3i. There we go. Same thing, frame and focus. Hey, it's only 7:43. This isn't bad. This isn't bad. I've had nights where I wasn't even ready for imaging till 10 o'clock at night. Okay, on here, it's a little bit different, but only because we have a central obstruction, and the central obstruction gives us that big hole in the middle. So this is definitely out of focus. I've undone the clutch, so that's good. And this one, the focus is way down here. So again, next time I really need to consider just moving this thing up. It's getting close. It's getting close. How close is that? We got to zoom in. We got to zoom in a lot more, but that's pretty close. Almost there. Now, on here, the diffraction spikes are a lot more pronounced. So it's a bigger mirror, sucks in more light. So we can really see them pretty well. I'm almost there. So close. Right? Oh, wrong direction. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. That's good enough for me. How about y'all? What does that say? Inside critical focus. Yeah. You know what? For what we're doing tonight, this is going to be fine. It's fine. All right. Batinov mask. Fastest way to achieve a good focus. Unless you're using like an autofocus or utility or something, which I'm not. I know. I should be switching over to all automated stuff. When we build the observatory, I'll switch to all automated stuff. Let's get this going. All right. guide scope. We have one more thing to do, and that's the guide scope. I have to plug that one in. The guide scope, I need a, what do I need for the guide scope? I need a USB cable, USB 3 cable, I've got one of those, and I need a guide camera ST4 cable. It's basically like it's a 4-pin telephone cable. So let me grab that. It's somewhere in here. It's always somewhere in here. Oh, that's where that power went thing. Okay. What's this? This is... It's not it. Not it here. Not here. Not here. Somewhere else. Over here. Yep. Try another cable. Stuck with the other cable. Okay. Got it. So this is it. So the guide camera. Again, the guide camera is going to let us lock in on one star and keep it on just like 1 or 2 pixels, just as few pixels as possible. And when it does that, we will be able to use it to start guiding on whatever it is we're going to be guiding on. This way, where is it? This is the whole, and did do it. Okay, I'm just going to undo it this way. Of course I had it upside down. The USB 3 cable connects. Probably something like this. Probably not going to be perfect. Again, it's fine. This connects to the USB hub. And I just have a USB hub literally Velcro onto the like right in between the 2 telescopes. So I can plug this thing in, and then the ST4 cable, or the telephone cable, the guiding cable, this connects from the camera to the mount. And again, if I was doing this myself, I didn't have to do the stream and talk to myself, then it would go as fast. Definitely go as fast. Now I need, okay, here we go. It's always the wrong orientation, isn't it? Not, of course, always the wrong orientation. Because it's dark and we can't see what we're doing. Okay, where does this plug into? This plugs into down in there, and this is like cable management. Oh man, cable management hell is what this thing is, because cables go everywhere. Nothing is where it should be going, and so you just kind of wrap around stuff and you hope for the best. You shove cables through whatever opening you can find and hope you don't tangle up stuff later. This thing has a guide. There we go. There's a guide port. Okay, cool. Are we ready for imaging? Maybe. Let's find out. Okay. So that's centered out. All right. Over here, we're going to switch back to... There we go. Oh, of course. Of course. I need the handset. Not the handset, because again, I don't have it controlling very well. But that's fine. Oh, whoops. Oh, no. I just undid my alignment. All right. 1-star alignment. Serious. I just undid my I just undid it. All right, that's fine. We're really close. So once I get in the center, it'll be fine. It'll be good. Fine. Okay. Once more, good feeling. We're close. How's that? All right, so we can see where Sirius is. That's what we're looking for. Yep, wrong direction. Gonna go up, 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 over, 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 down, down, down. All right, slow down. Up, up, up. There we go. Enter. Alignment accepted. Okay, it wants something else. All right, let's try this. Alignment. We're gonna have to do a 2-star alignment at least. Sirius. I just told you where Sirius was. I just fine. Wherever Sirius is. Oh, not great on the knees. Could be worse. Okay, how's this? That's where Sirius is right now. Okay. Let's get it back in the middle. Y'all bored? This is just the process. This is literally the process before we can do any imaging. It's 8 o'clock, almost. So here we go. Enter. Procyon. Where is Procyon? Do I want Procyon? Do I want something else? Pollux and Castor. So where's? Yeah, let's just do that. Procyon. We'll let it do. We'll let it pick it. So now it's slewing over, and switch over so you can see it's slewing. It's moving over in the right direction. Where's Procyon? I do not see it. I don't see it in there. Okay, let's see where it is for you to find it. Is that it over there? I guess it wants to use that. Okay. Close. Close. It's that same. We're always a little bit off. Let's see. Wrong direction. Okay. A little bit slower. Up, 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 up. Come on. There we go. Almost. Enter. Okay. Alignment accepted. All right. So what are we gonna do now? We got to start looking for stuff. So I'm gonna take this thing and loop it around. We're not gonna start with Messier 1. Why not? Well, why? What we're trying to do is look at stuff in order as it goes across the sky from east to west. We're not trying to do a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to do it in order. So the way I'm going to do it is actually have website. Okay, what am I doing? And I didn't have time to get this thing. Messier Marathon 2021. And there we go. Is this it? Calculator. What I need, calculator. I should have done this before. I really should have done this before. It's always this way. You always do it the last minute. Okay, here we go. Alberta. I do not want Alberta. I want Fort Worth. Fort Worth, Texas. There we go. And Everything's fine on there, fine on there. Okay, so here's what we got. Cool. That's what I want to see. So we're going to do this. We're going to drag it over here. I got this, and we're also going to do Starry Night, so we can see roughly where in the sky it is, and we're going to bring up Sharp Cap, and we're going to bring up PhD. PhD does not stand for that thing that you get a doctorate in, or a doctorate. It is in fact short for Push Here Dummy. It is a way of controlling the telescope for astrophotography. So, what we got? All right, I got one more thing I want to change. At the camera. There we go. Cool. Now I can kind of see myself. Do we need more light? Additional light? I think we're actually good on the light right now. If y'all can't see me very well, let me know, but I think the light should be fine. If you have any issues with hearing me, let me know as well. So here we go. Anything? Okay. Cool. What kind of USB hub am I asking? Joel is asking. Amazon. Amazon Basics. Why? Because it's cheap. And it works. It's a 10-port USB 3 hub. And I have it connected with an extension cord that goes all the way back out to my laptop. So, again, budget is really, really important for me. So I got to go with what I can afford. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at M74. Let's bring up Starry Night. Starry Night. Okay, labels. I got to have labels for stuff, not show all labels. We're going to do star clusters. We're going to do Messier objects, because that's all we care about right now. Let's get rid of star clusters. Messier objects. Okay, so we're going to be looking towards the west. Okay, so we're going to start hitting as many as we can. I don't know how many we can hit because it is getting kind of late and they are kind of low in the sky. And hey guys, if you can you kill the lights to the building? Because we're going to be aiming low. So if my cousins are watching, could you hit the outside lights? There's about a 30-second delay between when I say it and when it's live on YouTube. So we'll do the best we can. So what are we doing? We're going in, and we can leave that one alone for now. Push Here Dummy. I'm going to dump this over on my other screen so I can go ahead and get this thing set up. Connect, close. Let's just do looping because I have to do a focus on it. Hello, no start. Okay, so I got to fix the guide camera, which is fine. Again, I don't know what direction I have to take it into. In. No. Yeah, almost. I know y'all can't see it, but it's like, trust me, it's kind of boring anyway. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, cool. Okay. That's pretty decent. Let me lock that in. That don't have to be perfect. At least not for me. Just close enough is good enough. It ain't moving. There we go. Okay. Well, I'll show you what I'm doing with the guide with Push Here Dummy. So this is Procyon. This is all the stars around it with a 2-second exposure. I need a 1-second exposure is what I should do. It'll cut it down quite a bit, but that's pretty good for focus. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so we'll do this. Well, okay, so we did that. Now I have to, it's focusing. I have to clear the calibration. Modify calibration. We'll clear it. Clear calibration. Yep. And now, did I forget how to use this? No star selected. There we go. So let's grab that star there. There we go. Let's let it calibrate. Cool. So it'll do its thing. We can, oh, I don't, actually, no, I need to stop calibration. I don't need to calibrate it yet. We need to swing to the other part of the sky. So here's what we're going to do. Let's look at the list. Chrome. So we're going to hit M74 first. Hopefully we can hit M74. That's our first target. So I'm going to go back to handset, back. I'm going to do back. Hey, menu. Back, menu. We're going to go to select and slew. We're going to go deep sky, Messier catalog. We're going to do 74. We're going to do M74. Enter. Now it's going to slew over and cool, it's going in the right direction. It is, and we can take a look at that. So now it's slewing in the right direction. I got a little blue light on there, so it's it just does not make it that much easier to see, does it? Shining right in the lens. How about this? It's another trip hazard for me, but maybe if there's a light here, I won't ignore it. I won't trip over it too much. Maybe. We'll see. All right. How's that? Does that look cool? I guess it looks cool. All right. Anything else? No. Okay, so M74. We're looking at M74. Let's see. Where is it? M74. There it is. M74. The Phantom something. What does it look like on here? I don't know if we will pick it up, but we can sure try. This is going to be shining. Is this going to be shining right through? Man. Luckily, I have a remote control. It's going to get dark. I'm going to do this. No. Is that pretty dark? I'm pretty dark. So, we'll do the best we can. So I'm lit up a little bit, a tiny little bit. Actually, that's not even. Let's just get rid of that. So it's pretty dark. How about this? I'm super dark right now, right? That's okay. We're going to turn off frame and focus. We're going to go to imaging, and I'm going to disconnect this one, and we're going to try to wide angle as best we can. We're going to go to the T6i, and did it crash? I think Backyard EOS crashed. I think it crashed. That's okay. Sharp. Actually, I wonder. Nebulosity. I want to see if nebulosity can work. I'll try to get both running. Connect to the T6i. Come on. There it goes. So we got the T6i. We're going to image it, and we're going to do a. We're going to just bump up the ISO, and I'm going to see good duration. Let's do a 60 second. 60 seconds. Start capture. Let's see what happens. I probably should have named it, but yeah, well, it's fine. Nebulosity. Velocity. Bring it up in the other one. Let's see if I can do camera. Canon DSLR. Getting info on 2 cameras. So this one is connected to the T6i. Okay. I'm going to do T3i on the other one. And I'm going to do a duration of, let's do 1 minute on there. Gain, fine. 1 exposure, fine. Capture series, fine. Capture series, let's do that. Okay. So I'm trying to do the exposure on 2 cameras at once. I have no idea how well this is going to work, but we're going to test it. We're going to try it. And I've got, yeah, let's see. Where is my phone? Because if I had my phone, I don't know where my phone went. I think I left it in the car. Not in my pockets. I think I left it in the car. So let's let this keep imaging while I go check where my phone is and hopefully don't trip over everything. Trip over everything. Don't trip over everything. Don't trip over everything. Let's see. Don't see any new. Okay. Go. Come on. Kill the warehouse lights. All right. Downloading an image. What do we have? What do we have? I have some image somewhere. Uh-oh. Capture aborted. Well, that's not good. Advanced. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, there we go. That's not good. So, what are we looking at? I gotta see what we're looking at. That might just be too low in the sky now. Yeah, that's shining. No, it's now shining right at the warehouse. So even with the lights on, we're not going to capture that. All right. Well, our first miss of the night is M74. Let's keep going. What's next? What's next on the list? Next is M77. We'll see what M77 does. Okay. Back. M77. Enter. So what we're doing right now is trying to get as many objects as we can. Turn up just a tiny bit, so a little bit better. And this is shooting a little bit over. So I'm going to kill the lights again. Remote control is very, very handy for the lights. All right, M77, we're going to try to hit that again. Where is it? Where is my... There we go. So we're going to do another one. Yeah. Blank ain't good. But we're fine. We're fine. So with a regular Messier Marathon, because you only have pretty close to 12 hours for all your imaging from sunset to sunrise, on the average you have 8 minutes per object. In reality, it's a little bit more, because for some objects that we're going to be hitting tonight, like let's say M81, M82, those are actually right next to each other. So you image two objects at the same time. And then we have the Leo triplet, which is 3 galaxies very close together. And so now we have three of our targets hit at the same time. And then about 2 o'clock in the morning or so, we have this, there's a break. About 2 hours, it's right about 2 hours or so, where there's nothing new coming over the horizon. So a lot of people typically take a nap at that point, or they just continue imaging or whatever they're going to do. But a traditional Messier Marathon, you just go ahead and take a nap. Now, I will say this for a Messier Marathon. There is a Messier badge, I should say, or a certificate from the Astronomical League. The Astronomical League will go ahead and give you a nice little frame certificate if you can come in and prove that you observed every one of the 110 Messier objects. And what you have to do is, it's not photography, it's sitting down, it's describing what you see through a telescope, what size of your telescope, the date you observed it, the time you observed it, the sky conditions, location, size of the telescope, all that stuff, eyepieces. And then it's also nice if you can draw just a little bit so you can see, so you can show what it is. I got nothing. How's this? Yeah. This is a fairly faint galaxy. And even though we have some streaking, that's fine for a minute. I'm not really worried about that. It's so low in the sky, and the surface brightness is just super, super low. We should be seeing it pretty close to center. Maybe let's see if I can do this. Can we? That's not going to work. What I'm trying to do is play with the contrast just a tad It should be here in the center, but I think the surface brightness is just so low. It's going to be hard to see. So if I do Starry Night, where'd it go? No, it's down now. Yeah. So see these 3 stars right there. See those 3 stars? 1, 2, 3. If I go back to here, where are they? I don't see them. Wait, hold on. What's this? Could that be it? I don't know. It shouldn't be there. It should be pretty close to the center. I don't see it. So let's find something. Let's find something in that part of the sky that I can definitely see and make sure that our alignment is good. Come on. All right. So the program we're using is Starry Night Pro. I really like it. Little dumbbell. Andromeda. I think Andromeda is going to be just as low, but we should be able to know with Andromeda pretty easily. So let's go M31. Let's see what the list says. M31 is probably next. No, M33. Let's do M31. It's big, it's bright, we should be able to see it. So let's do that. Back M33, M31, M31. 31, enter. I'm hoping it's not below the level of the warehouse. It could be. Yeah, it's low in the sky. It's like, no, it's a little bit higher. It's higher than I expected. All right, let's do that. Okay, so which one? T6 size. This is on that one. Let's just do a 30-second exposure as fast as we can. 30 seconds. And let's just bump up this ISO. Let's make it ugly and noisy, just so we see what's going on. Ugly and noisy. That's going to be our mantra tonight, is it? Hope not. Okay. Here we go. So let's see. M74, M75. They're so low in the sky. It's probably better to get them early in the night. But, well, we just couldn't do that. So, there we are. Yeah, that wasn't a very good image. That's fine. I'm not worried. Okay. What are we doing? We got another 25 seconds. So we took the image. With the Canons, what I'm doing is the dark frame. It's an automatic dark frame. So it takes the image and then takes an equal one. I've got another ZWO camera. I guess we can hook it up. Let's see what it's like later on tonight. But I'm kind of happy right now. It's not terribly cold. I'm nicely dressed. And if I need to, I've got hot tea in the car that I will drag out. Oh, purple light. Purple light. Oh, where's the remote control for that one, too? I swear it's somewhere. I know I had it. I know I had it somewhere. Where could it have gone? Here. Not here. Not here either. All right, fine. We'll do it the hard way. So I will kill the purple light. Because I can, because I need to. We'll turn the purple light on later. Okay. Can y'all see me through the light of the monitor? Barely there. So yeah, let's just re-image M31 again. There's no other lights out there, so if it's there, yeah, if it's there, we should be able to see something. But yeah, terribly sorry at how dark it is right now. What I'll do is I'll open up a new browser window. There we go. So the way I have this set up is I have two monitors here, one for the streaming computer, and then actually, technically I have 3 monitors. I have a streaming computer on one side, I have my laptop, and then I have a little bitty portable monitor for the laptop, which is really nice. The color on here is a lot better than the color on the laptop screen, and just gives you more screen real estate. It doesn't take up much time. It's powered by a USB-C cable, and it has it's connected in with it can either connect with USB-C or it can connect with an HDMI. And I just have my HDMI out going to that one, and this is going out to the streaming computer using a NDI off of OBS. So that's kind of complicated, but we're not getting good image. All right. That's because it's still shining into a light. What is it shining into? There's something. Okay. So Andromeda is now below our horizon. All right, let's compare the lists. So we got Chrome, M32, M110. We can't hit any of those. M52. Let's look at where M52 is. Man. M52. M52. M52, the Scorpion. We can try it. We're going to try it. M52. Yeah, if we had started about 7 o'clock, they would have been up higher in the sky, but it is what it is. So we're going to try the Scorpion. What is the Scorpion? It is a open cluster. Cool, it should be easy. I mean, I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Nope. Definitely should not have said that. Let's look at push your dummy. Just push your dummy. Push your dummy. Let's loop it. What are we looking at? I don't know what we're looking at. I have no idea what we're looking at. Let's get a longer exposure. It's 1 second. Let's do a 3-second exposure. One, two, three. I don't know. I don't see any clusters here. I see what's a double star, possibly a double star. Let's look at Starry Night. What are we looking at? Hey, there's double star. There's double star. So if we go back to here, double star. Huh. Over here? Maybe. Let's just do a 10-second exposure. Remember, this is the guide camera. So I don't have high hopes for this, but let's see. 10 seconds. A couple more seconds. A little bit more time. Come on. All right, well, that's a lot of stars. It's quite a few stars. All right, I think that's way too much. I think the gain is turned up pretty high. All right, 5 seconds. There we go, brighter. We got something over here. I don't know what that is, so let's do this. Let's just go ahead and shoot. And I'm going to do less. I'm going to 10-second exposure. This is ridiculously high ISO anyway, so that's what we do. Yeah, y'all can barely see me. This is... But where's that shooting? That'll be hitting the lights right there. At least we're not hitting lights too terribly. You know what? We need more light. Just period, we need more light. Anything. All right. Since it's doing that, I'm going to turn up the light. How's that? A little bit. Can you see me? I think you can see me a little bit better than that. This is it's way blown out. Let's just do 1600 ISO. That's just way blown out. It's just way overexposed. Reset that too. Yeah, it's just... You can see stars in there, but I'm not terribly thrilled. 10-second exposure. I'm going to kill this light. There we go. So we'll deal with just the one light. Kill that ISO. We don't need it so high. Way almost there. That was the light. All right, one more. It's fun, isn't it? Okay, here we go. All right, a little bit more. Almost there. Which one am I doing? This is the teleview, so this is the wide field. Let's see how this goes. Actually, temperature's not terribly bad. Let's see what the temperature is according to this. It says 56. It doesn't feel bad. Doesn't feel too bad at all. Okay. Coming in. Any moment. Any moment. I don't think my alignment's good. I don't think my alignment's good. So we're gonna have to figure this out. Because I don't see any clusters in there, and it should be really, really visible. It should be really, really obvious. I'm not seeing anything. And I have a plate solver on here, so I don't think the alignment's right. So let's do this. We just have to do it. Just have to do it. Alignment. We're in 2-star alignment. We're going to go back to Sirius. That's the problem. We've just got to do the alignment. Fortunately, it's on the right side now. So I'm going to do Sirius, and then let's find out. What else can we do? Sometimes you've just got to spend the time doing it. Labels, I want stars. Okay, so we got Sirius, Procyon. We did Procyon, so we need something else. So we're going to hit Sirius. Let me go back over and do it again. You know what? Frame and focus. We're going to see how close we are. I'm not going to do this. We're going to do frame and focus out of here too. So we're going to do frame and focus. Let's get Sirius in. Frame and focus. Sirius is not in the field of view. I thought we had this thing aligned. I thought we had it good. All right, we're going to do this. Just going to do the alignment. Frame and focus. Frame and focus. And now I got to lie down on the ground. Oh, man. Oh, man. Looking forward to this now. Next time, raise this up higher. I'd rather use a step ladder than be kneeling on the ground. Again. Where is it? Yep. Just kneeling on the ground. Crawling, basically. Alright. It's way off, no wonder. Is that close? That's close. That's pretty close. Wrong direction. Close. So now we have to stand up. That's a killer on the knees. All right, we're going to do enter Capella. Where's Capella? I don't remember. Capella. Where we got Capella? Capella's going to be somewhere on the other side of the sky. Capella. Up high. Yeah, let's do Capella. Capella may be easier to see. So we're looking at the northwest, bright star, not quite overhead, but close. All right, northwest and up. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. We're gonna do that. Northwest and up. Maybe that will be easier. Oh, hold on. Before I do that, we're gonna switch back over to Backyardios, and it's not there. Of course, it's not there. Why would it be there? Okay, well, it's close. It is close. Where is it? Okay. Is it there? Is it there? Is it in the field of view somewhere? Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. It's just right there on the line, which made it not much fun to see. Okay. Enter. I think that's better. Okay. Let's try. What was the last one we were looking at? M74. Oh, where are we? M32, M110, M52. Let's try M52 again. M52, enter. And no. Back. Menu, of course it is. Select and slew. Deep sky. Messier catalog, M52. Go way over again. Okay. And remember, when we do this kind of stuff, dress in layers. Layers are your friends. Because if it's too cold, you can always add in more. And if it's too hot, you can always take a layer off. This is super low in the sky. This is super low. Hopefully we'll get something out of it. Let's just do a quick capture, 10 seconds. And let's see what Push Your Dummy says. This is still on a 5-second exposure. I don't know what that light is right there. What that is. Could be a reflection off of one of my studio lights. So I should have taken a picture of everything before I started, but I just didn't have the time. I'll do that next time. I need to get some updated pictures of the setup down here. Okay. Hey, here we go. Is that it right there? That looks like it. It's not centered. Well, that sucks. There we go. That's what we wanted. Ish. Not quite centered, but it's in the field of view. So what do we have here? We got M52. M52. Go back. We're looking northwest. M52. The Scorpion. We're going to try M32 just real fast. Menu. Select and slew. Try this again. M32. It's very close. We'll see. It's right across. Maybe we'll be able to get it if it hasn't gone behind the warehouse. We'll see. So this is what we're looking at right there. The Scorpion. So that's about the right shape. About the right size. If we do a longer exposure, we can pick out a lot more, but I've already slewed over. So that's what we got, one. Great. Out of 110 objects, we found one so far. All right. Let's do a longer exposure. We're going to do 30 seconds at least for Andromeda. I think we're pointed over above the warehouse. I'm just hoping we have lights reflecting inside the scope, because it's kind of pointed across where I am right now. I think if I raise my arm too high, it'll be in the field of view. So let's not do that. PhD. I think we're off. I think if I have this thing, then I'll be able to see more, better. That's what happens. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. Obviously, we're not looking directly at M32. Zoom out again, M32. What 4 stars make a big square here? Anything? I don't see 4 stars making a big square. That's okay. What do we have? Come on. Hello? There we go. Hey, cool. Yeah, we got light. This is off. We're a little bit off, but that's okay. And we're getting reflection. It is what it is. So we got M32. This is Andromeda Galaxy. And this is M33. Where is it? No. This is M33. And then M110. So if we're looking at it, let's go ahead and look in here. So M33, Andromeda, 110. So this is one galaxy here. This is the main core. And you think this is M110, but it's not. M110 is way off to the side. This is actually M33. So we have M32, M33, and we're getting internal reflections on the in the telescope from the screens because it's pointed directly overhead. So ideal, this is not, but at least we got it. And then 110 is going to be way off to the side, to the other side, and I'll have to recenter this thing. So let's do, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this because I want to be able to use this thing. Where'd I put sharp cap? Let's just do sharp cap. Because I want to show you kind of what part of the sky we're looking at, and we're just super, super low. So sharp cap is another just image acquisition software. We're going to be jumping to, we're going to jump into a camera I don't have connected. Oh, let me do that. I hope this will work. Come on. Here we go. So I've got a camera on here, which is not connected. You know, that'll do it. So let me find a USB 3 cable. No, I have one. I've got it ready. Just finding them. USB 3, USB 3. My kingdom for a USB 3 cable. Somewhere. Maybe. Oh. No, of course not. What about over here? USB 3 cable. USB. Not USB 3. Not USB 3. Not USB 3. Not USB 3. Nope. 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 Oh. Why can't I find USB 3 cable? No, I have them. I literally just had one. USB-C. I haven't had a blue one. Oh, here it is. Yes, no. Ow. That's the thing. When you need the cable, you can't find it. Absolutely, positively need the cable. You can't find it. And I swear I just had one. Extra one. All right, where'd it go? Not over here. Over here. Blue one. There it is. There's the blue one. Okay. So one more connection. Where is it? Nope, wrong direction. That's the way it goes. Okay, let's connect that thing. This one's in. Anything. Where'd it go? Where did it go? There it is. Make sure I don't step on anything. Or at least not step on it too much. Okay. So let's do this. Rescan cameras. There we go. Let's see what this looks like. We're going to do much longer exposure. What are we looking at? We're looking at 2-second exposure. Okay, so this is the warehouse and it's upside down. So, yeah. That's it's part of the warehouse. And there's my hand. That's my arm. There we go. You can see my arm there. So that's what we're looking at. And we're going back behind the building. So, anyway, let's go look at something else. Let's find something else. So look at M32, M110, 52. Let's look at M103. I'm going to type it in, punch it in first. Back, M103. 103, enter. Hopefully, yeah, it's going to be a little bit higher. M103. All right. That's going to be a bit out of the way. Cool. Let's do 30-second exposure. I think we'll have to recenter. Just fine. At least we'll be out of the warehouse. And let's jump over to... where did Sharp Cap go? Did it crash? No, it didn't. Why am I opening up multiple versions of it? I'm not thinking straight, am I? All right, let's grab this camera again. See what we're looking at. We need longer exposure. Let's do a 1-second exposure. We're looking at. Oh, we're looking at Cassiopeia. Okay, so these are the 3 stars of Cassiopeia. Let's do a larger 5-second exposure. Oh yeah, we have to switch to this. So we'll do RGB 24. Yeah. So we're looking at Cassiopeia. And I'm gonna do a 10-second quick picks. Let's do 15-second exposure. Okay, so we got Cassiopeia going on. This, you can see the W of Cassiopeia here. I think we have the camera rotate around and whatever. It's fine. There we go. So there's Cassiopeia. You can see lots of stars in here. And this is just the horizon. So just a little bit of glow. Or actually, it could also be from the from my equipment because I have the telescope so close. If I had pushed it further away, we have a different image, etc., etc. It's always something, isn't it? So what I have on here is a little webcam and, a little astronomical camera. And on the front of it is a C-mount lens, like from a, kind of like what the Polemaster has. It's just it's a little camera lens on it, but it lets me do a wide field image so we can kind of see what's going on. Let's go back to Backyard EOS. Okay, cool. We got something right here. So M110. What is M110? Let's go back to the list. M110 is M103, sorry. M103. Small open cluster, appears triangular shaped, and 3 NGCs can be seen nearby. So we're not going to write the NGCs. Instead, we're going to go back to here, and we got it right there. Let's zoom in. So it is kind of triangular shaped right there. Not too bad. Remember, we're not doing any guiding right now. This is just the scope itself doing the guiding. So, ooh, we got a little cluster right there too. And it's kind of elongated because I don't have a field flattener on here. And we're close to the edge of the image. If we were in the center, we typically don't have that kind of elongation. that coma. We call it a coma look. So yeah, we got it's in the field of view at least, so we got that. But yeah, so we got, and it's vaguely triangular, right? That's not too bad. Let's see what it looks like in here. So we got M103, 103, enter. There it goes. Eh? Kind of vaguely triangular, same thing. So we got some gold stars in there too. That's not too bad. I guess we could kill the ISO and try, but I'm not going to worry about that now. We got it. Anything else? Let's see. Anyone saying anything? Anyone got any questions? So, no questions? All right, let's keep going. If you have any questions, just go ahead and put them in. I'll go ahead and glance over every once in a while and take a look. So I've got the YouTube questions on one computer up on that side. I have my laptop here, and I have a secondary screen for the laptop over here. So we're just going to keep going. So we got 103. Let's try M76. 76. Punch it in first. And back. Punch in 076. 076. Enter. Let's let it do its thing. So we're going to get it on there. Let's be close. So it's, excuse me. Capture 30 seconds. M76. Let's see what it looks like. 76 goes. All right. So we got little dumbbell. It's not too far over. So this is a planetary. Looks like a little planetary. Looks like a small version of the dumbbell. 30 seconds. 30 seconds should be enough to at least get a slightly decent image. Any moment now. Okay. What were we talking about before? I was going to mention something and I forgot. I was going to mention something. I forgot what I was going to say. So if y'all remember what I was going to say, let me know. I started saying something, and then I lost my train of thought. Because that's happens often. That bing sound it's supposedly done. Ah, there we go. Little dumbbell. See it right there. Cool. It ain't much. You know what? Let's do this. Let's see if we can get a little bit better. I'm going to do 60-second, but 800 ISO. Hopefully this will kill the noise a bit. Let's see if we can do a little bit of... Let's see if we can pull it out a little bit more. No. No. If I do it right there, bring that over. We can see a little bit better. It's not great, but again, it's a fairly short exposure. If we wanted to do better imaging, we'd switch over to, well, let's see. Let's do this. I'm going to do that advanced 60-second capture series. So I'm going to go to nebulosity, and I'm going to see what I can do from nebulosity. I don't know why it's a black and white image in nebulosity, but it is. It always is. And then what are we looking at here in sharp cap? Let's kill that one. Bring that one up. So this is the area of the sky, again, near Cassiopeia. We have lots of stuff in here, too. And again, here's the, what is this? This is the warehouse? No, I think that's actually pointed to my camera. Not my camera, my studio light. One of my studio lights. coming into the field of view. So I kind of like this view because it gives you a sense of what part of the sky we're looking at. We're looking generally in this region here. I try to center it as best I can. Try, I think. Actually, let's do that. Let's check what part of the sky we're actually looking at. Here's a little dumbbell. Where's Cassiopeia? Let's just bring up the constellations. Options, view, constellations, labels. Am I missing a constellation? Here we go. So here's Cassiopeia right there. So little dumbbells off to the side. M103. Let's look at the W. I should probably have a lot fewer stars. There was 1, 2. Yeah, I should probably have fewer stars. Make it easier to see. Options, view, stars. I don't need to do that. So the W of Cassiopeia. Something like that. All right, let's go back to image. Is that better? About the same. There's less noise, though. There's less noise, so you can actually see it coming out a little bit right there. That's, we got the little dumbbell. If I did a longer exposure, I think we could get a better image out of it. Let's do 90 seconds, see what happens. And I'm checking something on the other one. Yeah, none of these things are centered as I would like it to be. Jeez. So the alignment's not perfect. Oh well. Kind of just off right there. If I had it right there, I'd be happy. I'm still not certain why the alignment's off. I guess if I did a 3-star alignment, that hopefully would get it closer, but it's not where I want it to be. That's okay. So this is 90-second exposure. We'll do another one. What's next? Let's find another object. What's next? What are we going to do? M103. So it's a little dumbbell. We got that one. M34. Bright, rich, open cluster. Best under very low power. So we'll do M34. Let's find M34. Do we see M34? M34 right there. We don't have to even search for it. It's right there. And it's a little bit higher, so that's not good. I mean, that is good. Okay, so M34 right there. And I'm going to grab my... where are they? There they are. My owl eyes. And for those of you just joining us, I have some little home-built owl eyes. Oh, yeah, I was going to mention these too. So these I mentioned earlier. They are dirty. They're dirty. They're dirty. Because I think my kid stole them and was using them to look out his window outside. So, okay, so what these are. On eBay, you can pick these up. They are little, they're 52 millimeter, 0.5, no, sorry. They're 52 millimeter, 2x magnifiers for cameras. Okay, so the back is threaded for 52 millimeters. That's what you look for. And I think they're like $5.50 or so each. So you buy 2 of them. Then you go on thingiverse.com and you find the design for, they're called owl eyes. And you go ahead and print one out. So this is about $1 worth of plastic. And this is PETG. PEGT, whatever. It's a bit stronger, and it's just push fit. You just stick them in. You put the lenses. You push them in, then you put the lenses on a table, and you push down, and that auto aligns them. And now when I use them, they're really handy. It's basically it's a 2x binocular, but it puts it's 4 times light gathering ability. So it doesn't magnify it a lot, but you can see dimmer stuff with it right away. So if I'm going to be looking up here, I got my studio lights, so it's hard to see anything right now. But there, I see Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia is just kind of lost in the muck now. It's getting lost. But if I look over here, my studio lights are right where Orion is, so I can't see anything. And I have no night vision anymore whatsoever. But if I wasn't doing all this, if I didn't have all these screens here and studio lights, these would come in very handy. So I'll just drop them right there. Okay, what do we got? M34. M34. Can we take a picture? Did I not move it to M34 yet? M76. I did not move it yet. That's what we're doing. We're trying to get a better image of this. There we go. Okay, so M74. That popped out a little bit better. If I reset it, it's just bright. So let's see how that does. That's not much for contrast, is it? Too bright. That's not half bad for contrast. So that's what we're looking at. So this is a planetary, the little dumbbell. All right. So next we're going to go M34. So we're talking about M34. Back M34. And that's that open cluster. It's going back and a little bit high. Let's see what we got. 1, 2, 3, 4. It should be in the region. Start a capture. 90 seconds. Maybe I don't need 90-second exposure. Nuts. Let's just do 90 seconds. Ah! Well, that was fun. That was a barrel contracting in the cold. It is now 53 degrees, so we had 56. It's now 53. Okay. So when it was really, really cold here in North Texas, it hit 0 degrees, and I seriously thought about dragging out the telescope. But then to drag out the telescope, I would have had to clear off ice and snow from the patio area in the back around the pool and for the concrete. I don't have a snow shovel. This is Texas. We would use a snow shovel once every 10 years. Literally, the last time we had something like this was 10 years ago. And if you remember the cobblestone ice period. So, I don't have a snow shovel. And it was 0 degrees. I'm pretty sure my images would have been pretty good because there were parts of the city that didn't have power. People were trying to conserve as much as they could, so streetlights were off in places. But when it's that cold, you don't want to be out. And it was a dry cold by that point, but no, I didn't want to be out. So we stayed in and we tried to stay warm as well. But it was quite cold. One of my coworkers lost power, and what he had to do was he took his motorcycle and he ran the engine outside for 10-15 minutes and then brought it inside. And he said it warmed up the house, the room that they were in, from 40 something degrees, like 43 degrees to 55 or 56 degrees. But you had to do what you had to do to stay warm. Fortunately, again, we didn't lose power, but we did have a broken pipe. And I think all my palm trees are dead. I'm certain that my pool pump died, even though I had it drained and everything. I just can't get it to turn on. I'm pretty sure I lost a bunch of bushes, and my trees, which still had leaves, now have none. So, but somehow the grass seed that I planted the weekend before the freeze, it survived, and now it's all coming up. So, I still got that thing going for me, which is nice. Okay, M33 before it sets. We can try. Let's see. We'll try M33. Maybe. Where's on the list? That's the going. M33. I think it's too low. M33 is going to be way too low. It's back behind the warehouse right now. I I I wish. So if yeah, Andromeda's that low. You know what? Let's go ahead and try it. Let's see what this one is like. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's a nice open cluster. That's a nice one. Oh wow, that's a big one too. So it looks better like this, and you can see that that's some of the internal reflection coming off of my equipment into the lens. Once we start hitting stuff which is up higher, it'll be better. And then worst case, I can kill the lights as much as I can. So I'll be in the dark instead of slightly lit. So I can make myself super bright or not. I can just like pretty much kill it. So this is pretty low. But yeah, so we got one more. So this is, which one is this? This is M34. All right, let's try M33. I think it's below where we want it to be, but we'll try M33. Enter. Oh no, it's no, it's below the level of the warehouse. We're not gonna be able to do M33, but we can do M45. All right, let's do M45. That's up high. M45, M45. Enter. Nope, not M40. Back. Nope, back. M45, not M43. Typo. M45. So we're going way up in the sky, and M45 is, of course, the Pleiades. Let's see what this looks like here. There it is. Right there. We get another frame. That's it right there. So we're into 15-second exposures. Not too bad. There it is. That's what we're going to be looking at. We got the Pleiades cluster here, and we got the Hades cluster there. So we're going to do... That's pretty good. It's not bad for centered. Backyard EOS. And let's do... we don't need a 90-second exposure for that. We can do 60 seconds. For the Pleiades, and it should come out quite nice. In fact, it should take up most of the field of view. So the Pleiades is it's an open cluster, and it is they are all from the same family, which means that the stars in that cluster originated from the same molecular cloud. They all have pretty close. They have very, very similar compositions. So that's how we can tell that that they're related, essentially. They're sibling stars. And they've moved out of their molecular cloud, the star-forming area where they were born. The nebulosity around M45 right now, while we're waiting, M45, the nebulosity around them, all this blue hazy stuff, it does not match the composition of the stars. So if you notice, this is all blue in the image here. This is a reflection nebula. So it's reflecting, the light from the stars is reflecting off of gas and dust, and it's not exciting it. So ultraviolet radiation from the stars isn't causing the gas to glow. It's literally just reflecting the light from the stars. And the composition of the gas does not match, the gas and dust, I should say, it does not match that of the stars. So since it doesn't, we know that what's actually going on is the stars of the Pleiades cluster are moving through this area of gas and dust, and we just so happen to be able to see it at that time and notice the reflection. So when they move out of this area, we won't be able to see that anymore. I just noticed it's getting colder. So yeah, it's actually getting a bit colder. And the cold. Now I remember what I was going to mention. So when we did have the freeze, I was outside because we have a 5-year-old. So we were playing outside, and I was trying to use the phone to take pictures. The phone came back and said, um, what was it? It wouldn't, it just stopped working. It shut down. And I thought, out of power so quickly? Because it said, out of power. Turns out it was not out of power. It was only down to 47%, but it was so cold that the battery just wouldn't function. So, yeah. Oh well. All right. Back to Backyardios, because we had a beep. What do we got? We got Pleiades. There we go. Now, we don't see much nebulosity, if any nebulosity right now. Let me reset this. Ah, there we go. We got a little bit of nebulosity there. I'm going to bump that nebulosity way up. There we go. So now we can see a couple more details, but I wanted to do it this way just so we could see. It's not that good. That's not what I want. I want a little bit more contrast. That's that. Let's blow it way up. There we go. You can see that's pretty good. You can see some of these streaks coming through here. I wonder what that streak is. That could be a... I don't know what that streak is. That might be a satellite, actually. It's kind of a weird streak to have through there. It doesn't look like a camera artifact. It looks like it might be a satellite that just passed right through the field of view. But it just happens to be going on those streaks. But all this stuff right here, this is the reflection. That blue stuff, that blue glow, this is a reflection nebula. And you guys are actually seeing this a little bit better than I'm seeing on my screen. The laptop's color is not that great. And so when I'm looking at it, it's kind of, it's tilted towards blue, and the colors are kind of muddled because it's just the laptop monitor. My secondary monitor here, it has much better color, but I'm not showing what's on here. I'm not showing what's on that one, I should say. But yeah, so we have something, and that's with 60-second exposure. If we push it to 90, I'm pretty sure we get a better image out of it too. Maybe not a huge amount better. Typically what we'll do for this is like, what I would do at least, is like a 2-minute exposure. I'd be doing a 2-minute exposure and then do probably 10 to 20 of those exposures and stack them. And that'll clear up the noise. And once you clear up the noise, then you push through and do some post-processing, et cetera, et cetera. And you can make it look really good that way. But here we don't have time for that. This is raw. This is dirty. Just trying to get it done. So we got M45, and this is a little bit different than regular astrophotography. We're trying to see the images in a quick way, so that we're trying to create the images. We're trying to image the objects in a way that we can very quickly show you what they look like, as opposed to like astrophotography for getting print quality images or something that you would want to display and show off to friends, family, social media, things like that. This is, what does it look like with one exposure, so you can kind of get the idea of what it is, as opposed to, let's make this as beautiful as possible. Because there are some objects where you do 10 to 20 minute exposures, and then you'll do 50 or 60 exposures or more. Some of the images that some of our club members take, they do multiple, they will image it over multiple nights. It's not just a single hour, single night, just expose, just take this object and then move off to a different object, then move off to a different object. No, they will sit with the same object from as soon as it gets dark to as much as until it goes down too far below the horizon. And the next night they image again and again and again and again, and then they stack all those images. And you can get really pretty images out of it. Just absolutely gorgeous. But it takes time. It takes a lot of time. So we're almost ready. It should be binging any second now. I wonder why this thing isn't counting down. Usually it does. Ugh. There we go. Now it's cold. And I remember the other thing I was going to mention. We have Um, so, Messier Marathon. We have something called the Astronomical League, and members of the Fort Worth Astronomical Society are also members of the Astronomical League. We get the Reflector, the magazine, and something that they do is hand out these certificates for completion of various tasks, so observing tasks. And one of them is the Messier list. So if you observe all 110 objects, you get this, um, you get a nice little certificate. And I mentioned before what you have to do to get it. So they actually have something about the Messier Marathon, and they frown upon it because to them, the Messier Marathon, or sorry, the Messier uh, list, completing the Messier list should give you a good idea about the objects, and you should be able to star hop from one to another, and you should just be really familiar with them, which is fine, which is great. And I will admit, a Messier marathon like this, it does not um, help you learn about where the objects are placed in the sky. Even if I do this, even if I show where it is in the sky this way, it doesn't do that. This is actually one of my studio lights right there. Um, it just doesn't. This is not what it's made for. The Messier Marathon is meant for you just to see how many of these objects can you pick off in one night. That's it. And it's something that's supposed to be fun. It's supposed, and we did this. My wife and I did this years ago, probably about 7 or 8 years ago, um, and we went through and went from one object to the other. I had a go-to scope on a mount so we could find it where in the sky it was, and then we have had a big old 16-inch Dobsonian that was just totally manual. And then we would star hop to that object using the big Dob, and we would observe it and we'd go on to the next object. I think we got like 96 or 97 out of the 110 in one night. So that wasn't too bad. And we stayed up all night long doing it. All right, what's next object? We've done M34, M45. Is it M79? This is a yeah, here we go. M79. Let's see if we can do it. M79. 79, enter. M79 is way over there to the south. There's another globular, or our first globular, probably. M79. It's getting cold. Oh man, it's getting cold. M79. 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 Fine, we'll just do it this way. M79. Where is it? It is getting cold. I'm oh man, that's low. But we should be able to get it. M79. So this is the globular. I'm gonna cut this down to 60 seconds again. 40. Let's see, 60. Yeah, it's getting cold. So yeah, the Astronomical League does not approve of stuff like this. If you do a Messier marathon, they do not count it towards the certificate. They want to see deliberate over a long period of time. They don't want to see this kind of stuff. So you can't get a certificate just by watching this show. Terribly sorry. How's that pointing? That's pointing that direction. All right. Let's see. If I turn on the light, how's that gonna? Nah, I guess I'll have to leave it off for now. Until we're shooting in that direction, I'll go ahead and leave my light barely off. So I'm just dark. Wow, I am pretty dark in this image, aren't I? I'm gonna see what I can do with this because I'm just super dark. Camera's opened way up. Yeah, it's open. Jeez, I just so dark. I'm gonna see if I can add a filter. I'm gonna. What I'm trying to do is I'm gonna see if I can add a filter onto here where I can make it just brighter. No, no alpha blending. Color correction? Gamma. Maybe. How's this? Oh, that's noisy. That's so super noisy. I'm going to brightness. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Gamma's probably going to be good. Contrasty, more gamma. Let's knock down the contrast. So how's this? You can see me better now, but oh boy, is that noisy. You can see all those vertical lines. But at least you can see me. So that's a plus. And I'm kind of green. This is actually a gray sweatshirt or gray jacket. It is not green. But hey, it's at least something. You can at least see me now, right? Do I need a hue shift? Let's see. No. We'll set that back to 0. And opacity, color. Is that a color? No, we're not going to do that. All right. At least you can see me. So there's that. Oh, cool. Hey now. So this is centered. This is pretty close to centered. We're getting a little bit of trailing. That's fine. I'm not worried. But we're resolving some stars. And just for kicks and grins, that's not too bad. What about this? DSLR 60 seconds. I'm going to do, yeah, 60 seconds. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do that on here, though. All right, we'll see what that does. So where are we looking in the sky? We're going to be looking here. Oh, we're not too far from Orion Nebula. There's Orion Nebula right there. So this will be Rigel down in the foot. Okay, so, and then we're looking somewhere in this region here. And this is it's so small that we're not going to be able to use the big camera to do that. Instead, we got to use, kill that nebulosity. How many of these I'm going to have open? Yeah, we're going to do that. So that's with a 60-second exposure. That's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. We can resolve down. So this is a globular cluster. And globular cluster is going to be a, this is extragalactic. So this is orbiting our galaxy. Oh. What it's doing is, this is a remnant of, we think it's a remnant at least, of early galaxy formation, but it's its own separate group of stars. And what's neat about these things is that they've been orbiting the Milky Way for billions of years, and they're still together. They even pass through the disk of the Milky Way at times, and they're still together. Okay, waiting for this image. All right, we'll see what that does. So there is something called evaporation when it comes to globular clusters. And what's going on is, as the stars revolve around their common center of gravity, sometimes they come too close to another star, and one star gets thrown out, and one star falls further in. So one star is gaining energy from the other one is losing energy. It falls into a lower orbit, and the one that gets more energy goes into a higher orbit or is thrown out of the cluster completely. And so over time, what you have is a contraction of the size of the globular cluster. And so it doesn't tend to fly apart, it actually tends to contract. The faster members get thrown off, and the overall energy of the system gets lower and lower, and so it just contracts down in, which is really, really interesting, and explains why they last such a long time, that they don't just fling themselves off into oblivion. And we call this evaporation because the process is very, very similar to like the evaporation of water. So if you're boiling water, you're adding heat to the pot of water, but all the excess energy is going off into steam. The temperature of the water itself never gets above, well, at standard temperature, or standard pressure at least, at sea level, the temperature of the water never gets above 100 degrees Celsius, because it can't at this pressure. Instead, all that excess energy goes into creating steam. So some of the molecules get enough energy that they leave the pot, go off as steam, and the overall energy in that pot decreases. You keep adding more and more into it, but it stays at the same level, which means it is decreasing. And then when you stop putting in energy, stop heating it, what happens is the temperature will go down as more steam is released. So the energy in the pot goes down. Same thing, in a way, is going on with the globular clusters. And there are lots of them, so we're going to be seeing quite a few today. So that's M79, M42, Orion Nebula, finally. M79, M42, M42. Here we go. So I finally got this. Okay, so while that thing's going, I'm going to be doing... so I did another image here. So this is M79 as well. This is in nebulosity. So this is with a different camera, different telescope. And I managed to get this as well. So here we go. We're going to do this, and let's do 800. We're going to do a 120-second exposure while this is going. So this is different telescope, different camera. We have a little bit of streaming. That's fine, because I didn't do PhD. I could have done Ooh, how's that? So this is in PhD with a 5-second exposure. So we got it pretty close. It's not bad. Let's see what we got with this. So we've got all of Orion. You can see all of Orion. So this is a nice wide field view. So we have the Orion Nebula right here. It's not exactly in the center. Close enough, right? This is a 15-second exposure. So we have the belt of Orion. We have the Orion Nebula. We have right over here, we have the Flame and the Horsehead, which are not on the list for tonight because they are not Messier objects. Sorry, it's getting so cold, I'm starting to get a headache. I need to go get my tea in just a little bit. We have Betelgeuse, the big old red supergiant. And I know there's another pronunciation of it that's more proper, but Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse, Betelgeuse. Well, that didn't work. Oh, I hope that didn't work. So we're looking at Orion. Here is the whole of Orion, and it's off on its side because when it's this low in the sky, it is actually on its side nearly, except that the camera is flipped. So, oh, what do we have there? That would be an airplane. That's not a satellite. That's an airplane because it's blinking. So the next one we should see... Next image should be from here all the way down. There we go. And we got one more. So airplane passes through the field of view, which is something else we have to worry about when we do astrophotography. So let's get that thing's going. And while that thing's going, let's take another image for here. You know what? I better not. Here's what we'll do. We'll take a better image of this. So I'm going to hit, we're going to do this. We're going to do 1 second exposure, 1 second exposure. Give me a star, give me a star, give me a star. Come on. Okay. We're going to train it. We're going to calibrate it. And the calibration on this thing is actually pretty good. I know that Zach had issues last time with calibration where he was, it was just taking him several minutes to do it. And I think it was like 30 or 40 steps, and is not good. I don't know why mine is so fast now. I used to have massive problems with calibration. I finally figured out what my settings were on the CGM-DX, and then with this thing, it's just super fast, and once it's on, it's just locked in. Okay, so we're saying M1. M1's on the list. Let's see where M1 is. I don't know where it is on the list. It's probably soon. So M42, M43, we'll catch both of them. Then we got M78, again in Orion, and then we'll hit M1. All right. Remember, Russ, I'm going by the list. Going by the list. Makes it easy. So Orion Nebula, we've seen it a bunch of times. Seen it lots of times. All right, I'm not taking any images yet until PhD decides it's going to guide. All right, cool. Let's clear it out. So PhD is now guiding. I don't know how great the guiding is going to be. We'll find out. Let's just go ahead and do another. See, this is the color camera, but it's capturing in black and white. And I should be able to do. You know what? I'm going to have to do this. There's a thing for backyard EOS I'm going to have to go look at. Okay. One backyard EOS. Let's see what this looks like. Oh. We got some streaking. That's fine. We'll take another image. But it's not ugly. It ain't ugly. We can see detail. We can see some detail. So I'm going to just take another quick one. And then on the other deal, I got to find where it is. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So what I'm going to do is go into backyard EOS. Oh, excuse me. Camera 2. Here we go. I hope this will let me do it. And I'm going to take this, I'm going to turn it off because it's just doing black and white images. I want to do black and white. Allow access. Allow access. Okay. Connect to. Yes. 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 Good. So now I can do 2. As long as they don't crash. Which is a entirely possibility. So we're going to do a 60-second exposure at 800 and start the capture. Good. Okay, so we still have some time, or 2-minute exposure. So we're doing 2 images. Okay, 2 images. One with the TeleView and one with the AT RC8. And it's cold. I'll say it right now. It's cold. Oh man, my hands are chilly. I have these no, I don't. I have no gloves because then I can't use the laptop, and I don't have any of the gloves with the little thingy for your finger. But my hoodie's got little cutouts for my thumbs, so I can at least keep my palms fairly warm. And then, ooh, that's nice. This is actually the a ski jacket I got 15 years ago or so, and this thing has nice fleece-lined pockets to keep your hands warm, which is amazing. I haven't been able to find another jacket that has something like this, so I'm pretty happy with it. For keeping me pretty warm, relatively so. Again, dress in layers. Highly recommend dressing in layers. I've got wool socks on, and I'm wearing these really nice fleece technical pants from REI, because they're just warm. They're just super warm, and also because I have my legs underneath the table, they're a little bit warmer. If I have them outside the table, they're a little bit cooler. The table actually helps insulate my legs from the sky, which is weird, but nonetheless. Okay, so what are you looking at? Still downloading, still going. Those streaky stars aren't fun. Let's look what PhD is doing. It's not horrible. I've had better, but it's not horrible. So I don't think we're going to have like really terrible stars out of it. So we have one going. Another one. This one is still going, I think. No, 60 seconds. There we go. It's ain't too pretty, but it's not horrible. The stars aren't really bloated, too out of shape. There's slight streaking, And I think it's collimation. I think my collimation is off, but I'm not too worried. So the reason why this one looks so red is because this camera is the Astro modified one. It needs a longer duration. It just needs more. So I think 120 to 130 seconds on here should be fine. 230 seconds. Um, and this one is still down. There we go. It's about to download. There we go. Please let it be better stars than this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Okay, so we have much, much prettier stars. Pretty round. Pretty happy with that. So what can we see out of here? Uh, it's just, that's just a nice looking image. And remember, this is just a one shot. So one shot and that's it. So out of here, what do we have? We have M42. So we have the Orion Nebula right there. And then this one is, what is it, M43? M43. So this is the Reflection Nebula, a detached part of the Orion Nebula. So this is M42 right here. Really, this is what they consider. It's pretty much what can you see visually. That is M42. And what you can see visually is really, even with a decent size telescope, you pretty much see the wings here and then a little bit there. So if we were looking at PhD, let's look at PhD. Oh, that's not it, PhD. Yeah, we're not even seeing much on PhD with 1 second exposure. If I did a 5 second exposure, you could see a little bit more. But what we're seeing with a telescope is the wings here, and then the core region right here with the trapezium, the 4 stars right there in the middle. And I've just, because of such a long exposure, the stars in the middle just way overexposed. It's just gone to white, and there's not much we can do about it. It's basically lost data. If we want to do like an HDR style image, what we would do is just take a much shorter exposure to get the middle, and then much longer exposures to get the outside, and just blend the images together. That's doable as well. So what do we have here? We can see. No, it's not what I want. So we have the Running Man, who is now upside down. So this is the head, the little arms, and the legs. This is called the Running Man Nebula, and this is a reflection nebula. And this, we have bits that are reflecting, and then bits that are emitting. So any place you see red through here, this is hydrogen gas that's being excited by the ultraviolet radiation coming off of the young hot stars here in the center. And it's causing the hydrogen gas to actually fluoresce. And the greenish blue stuff, that is oxygen. And it's green right there. You can see some of it. So let's jump over to here. What do we got? It's still doing noise reduction? Okay. Let's see, this is doing a countdown. I don't know why the other one doesn't do the countdown. Oh, well. So this is the T6i. This is the unmodified one, 24 megapixel. And then this is the T3i, which is modified and is 18 megapixel. It's not a huge amount of difference. But you can also see this is a much narrower field of view because it's a different telescope with a shorter focal length. Okay. Anything. Whew. All right. This is just getting colder and colder. I don't know what the temperature is right now. I put my phone in my jacket so it wouldn't stop working because of the cold. It now says, 53 degrees, 52 degrees. It's colder than that. It really feels like it's upper 40s right now, if not less. I don't know. If y'all could check what the temperature is here in Grandview and put that in the chat, that'd be nice. See what Weather Underground or somebody else has while we're doing this. Okay, so we're gonna call M42 and M43 done. These are really nice. I'm happy with those. Let's shoot this one. Noise reduction. A little bit more. See what it looks like with a slight longer exposure. Yeah, so now we're seeing some more detail. We see more red in this one because this camera is much more sensitive to red. So if we compare it, let's just do a comparison with something that we can see pretty well. Down in here, there's a lot of red that we can see. Then we go to the same image or same region in this image. This isn't nearly as red. So this camera is much less sensitive to red than this camera, but we can still see the same details. We see the whirl, we see this wall feature right here. We go back to here, here's that wall feature, here's the whirl. It's just we're seeing more of the reflection type stuff and the oxygen through here than we are in here. So I could do more processing with this and come out with more details. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Excuse me. So we can see some of the oxygen coming through here, blowing out the core. Yeah, basically false color on there. This here, the dark areas, these are just bands of gas and dust. That's not being excited. You can see them in detail here as well. Both images are good. Both images are fine. It's just one is more sensitive to red than the other. And then what we would typically be doing is blending anyway. So we can take images with different filters for hydrogen, for sulfur, for oxygen, and then you do what's called the Hubble palette. So you do monochrome images. You have monochrome cameras. You can get more data with the monochrome than you can with the color, but you would do you would take images for sulfur, for hydrogen, for oxygen, and then you take luminosity, which is basically you just don't put any filter on there. You put like a light pollution filter on there, and that's your luminosity. Then you run it through a program that will stack everything, and you set sulfur to be red to make an RGB image. You set hydrogen to be green, and then oxygen to be blue. This is called the Hubble palette, and that gives you a full RGB false color. So now you can very easily pick out, oh, where are these different elements in the nebula? So I'm good. I'm good. And then we also got a little bit deeper with the stars in here too than we can here. So a little bit deeper. That's nice. All right. What's next? We've got M42, M43, M48, or M78. M78. Okay, M78. It's cold. It is hard not to not to not keep putting my hands in my pocket. Okay, that's the only thing I can guide on. Fine, whatever. So we're gonna guide on that one little lonely star. Where are we looking? What are we looking at? We're looking in Orion, so we're looking at part of Orion, and let's see what we can get. So let's do 60-second exposure. Start the capture there. 60-second exposure. Start the capture here. I was thinking about putting on one of the astronomical cameras and using that one, but nah, this is fine. It's cold. I'm not sure I have the brain power to do a whole lot more. Let's see. So now we're gonna do this one, then we're gonna go to M1 just for you, Russ. If you weren't on here, Russ, we would skip M1. No, we wouldn't. I just want you to feel good. Okay. While this is going, I am going to go get some tea because it is cold. I have to warm up slightly. Just slightly. You know what? Let's do this. We're looking at M78. Let's see what M78 is supposed to look like. Yeah, I don't know how much we're going to see of M78. It's a little reflection nebula. We're going to see. So, and I don't have my headlight, and I don't know where my flashlight went. It went somewhere. So I'm going to be careful not to step on anything. I hope. I have good news and bad news. Good news is I found my flashlight. The bad news is it is cold. It is a cold piece of metal, and I have to hold it. And that sucks. So, did we hear a beep yet? I did not hear a beep. Speak of the devil. No, we got a beep. We should have a second beep any minute now. There we go. All right, so what do you got? Hey, there we go. It's not horrible. It's tiny, but there we go. So we can see the reflection nebula. We see some banding just right through here. All right, let's see what the other one looks like. Well, it's a reflection nebula, so what do you expect? It's not glowing. So there's not really much to see with this camera. In fact, if you were looking at this camera, you couldn't even tell there's anything going on. It's those two stars right there. Yeah, I can't tell. But here, with the regular camera, yeah, we're picking up some details. Not a whole lot, because it is a short 60-second exposure. But we're at least able to actually see there's something there. You know what? I'm going to take... I got to warm this thing up somehow. This flashlight, because I just can't hold that flashlight like that. So I stuck it under my armpit. Hopefully that'll warm it up slightly in some way. Okay, so yeah, that's it. Let's see what it looks like again in Starry Night. So what we're seeing is the stars right there, and we're seeing this band. This band right here. I guess if we took a longer exposure, we could pick up more detail over here and here, but you can see a little bit of something right there. Let's see what happens if I bump it up. Oh, no, wrong direction. All right, let's zoom out just a tad. There's some brightness over here. Right there, we have more of this dark band. It looks like it might extend up here as well, because we can definitely see it cutting into that bit of nebulosity next to that star. So what does Starry Night have? This is our... Maybe? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell, especially what direction we're looking at it. There's... Yeah. So we can see a little bit. But there we go. So we at least have that. Let's knock that one off the list. Which one was that? M78. All right, M1. There you go, Russ. We're going to do M1 now. Hanging from here, back M001. The first one in the list, the Crab Nebula, the remnant of a supernova from year 1054. The only supernova remnant Messier object. All right. PhD. Stop. Start. And we're going to clear that out. So the guiding looks like it's actually not bad for tonight. Okay. Supernova remnant. We're going to do 60 seconds. Start. And start. Or else see what we can get. So, supernova remnant. M1. Basically, all right, so if you don't know, if a star about the size of our sun, at the end of its life, once it's used up all the hydrogen in its core, it collapses a little bit, and then it starts burning off hydrogen, fusing hydrogen. That gives it more energy, and so it blows out its outer layers into a red giant. If a star are a bit bigger than our sun starts to die, then it contracts down, starts burning off hydrogen, burning off helium, and then when it runs out of helium, it contracts again, and then it starts burning off, what is it? Lithium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and it just goes through the periodic table until it gets to iron. And if you fuse iron, it is no longer exothermic, it is endothermic. And so fusing iron cools down the core instantly. And as soon as it cools down, it is no longer expanding. It's not sending energy out. It is now absorbing. And gravity takes over and it collapses. When it does that collapse, it eventually gets to a point where it just explodes. So because the density gets so high in the core. When that happens, you have a supernova. Now, if the star isn't big enough, you get a neutron star, usually a pulsar. I guess a pulsar first, and then a neutron star when it slows down, or you get a black hole. So, but the supernova happens regardless. It is you can call it kind of a crucible of formation, because anything heavier than iron, actually really anything heavier than, well, pretty much everything was formed in a supernova. No, I take it back. No, hydrogen and helium, not formed in supernovas. Anything up to iron is formed in regular stars. Anything heavier than iron is formed in a supernova. So, where are we? There we are. Do you see it? I see it. Barely see it, but I see it. That's it right there. That's it right there. So obviously we need longer exposure. That's what we got in regular color. Ooh, here we go. Still, we need longer exposure than that. And what does PhD say? Okay, we'll let PhD do its thing. So here we go. This is the first of the objects in the Messier catalog. And we hit it pretty far down. Well, not terribly far down. It's fine. So this is the remnant. And then if we can get a little bit sharper, a little bit longer exposure, we should be able to see some filaments going through it as well. And what's really cool is we actually have images from early 20th century of the Crab Nebula, and I think the 1800s as well. And we can actually see differences between those older images and modern images of today. And even images from like the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, they're a little bit different than what we see today. And it's just that it changes. This is a remnant of a supernova. It is expanding outwards. So the actual star, the remnant star is I think it's a pulsar, is there right in the middle, and it is really small. We can't really see it with the camera setup I have right now. But it is, it's down there in the middle, and it's spinning away, and it is the leftover core of the giant star that used to be there. Oh, here we go. Bob says M1 is a no-show piece, just suggestion. Before I knew you had list. What forms in a blazer? In a Chevrolet Blazer, there's probably a joke that's terribly inappropriate that I won't get into. But I don't remember what a blazer is. Blazer a star? I do not remember. I hope that was just a joke. All right, it's going. Hopefully we'll be able to get a better image out of this. Yeah, because that's a hint of what was in there. And so, excuse me, So this is picking up just basically hydrogen, a little bit of what else is in there. But um, all of the elements higher or more with higher atomic numbers than iron were all formed in a supernova. So the uranium that we have is formed a supernova. And what's interesting is I have as some of our club members know, I have an extensive meteorite collection, and in one of them, um, I have a primordial fragment of a rock, and in that little fragment, there are little bits and pieces of calcium aluminum called cals, little bitty tiny fragments that have been captured. And those cals are actually from, we believe, the supernova adjacent to the molecular cloud where our sun formed. And the shock wave from that supernova and little bits and pieces, the calcium aluminum inclusions, found their way into a lot of pieces of that early solar system in that molecular cloud and eventually coalesced into rocks and planets and whatnot. And this is a primordial meteorite, which means it's barely changed in the last 4.5 to 5 billion years. And these little inclusions of calcium aluminum are evidence that a nearby supernova triggered the formation of our star by creating differential gravity due to differential pressure and density within the cloud. And so some parts had more gas, and eventually, with more gas meant more gravity. So it it sucked in the bits and pieces, the gas and dust that was nearby, which caused it to grow in mass, which sucked in more and more and more, and eventually grew into the sun and our planets. And it's really neat that just a little bitty, oops, let me reset that, a little bitty piece of that supernova is right now sitting in my office at home. And that's something that I actually do take to, or did in the before times, took out to star parties that we did, and I would let people actually see it and hold it. A remnant of a supernova. So here we go. M1. M1. Can't really see the filaments with this camera. Let's see what we can see with this one. See a little bit of filament with this one, not a whole lot. So we got, if I do this. Yeah, there we go. Brighten that up a bit. How about this? Ah, overblown. So we have some of these red filaments coming through. And again, actually nice round stars. I'm pretty happy with those. Excuse me. So we have some of these hydrogen filaments coming through here. So we're getting a little bit of detail. If yeah, I think if I had much longer exposures on this one, probably, and with a different camera, I think if I did like probably a 5-minute exposure with a different camera on here, and then stacked them, I think I could get some pretty good images. But we can at least see it right there, and then we can see it there as well. So this is the full color version, which is kind of blah. Maybe I can see if I do this. Pick out some more detail. Maybe something's it's kind of blown out in the middle right there with that view. We were losing data. Yeah, we're just losing data. I don't think we're doing too well with this one. Yeah, way blown out. That's not horrible right there. The red filaments would be through here. But again, this camera is not that sensitive to red. And all this color here, this is just noise. This is just color noise. As you see, the camera's at 17 degrees Celsius. So it's warmer than it is for me but it's not terribly warm. And this is vignetting, so this is stuff that we'd fix it in post, uh, as we would say in the film industry, fix it in post. But in this case, uh, yeah, I'll leave it as it is. And again, coming back to here, we have the modified astro camera. Come on, there we go. And we can see some of these red filaments coming through. So, all right, we got M1. What's next on the list? M1, M37. Ooh, another open cluster in irregular. M37, M36. All right, let's do M37. Back. M37. All right, where are we going? Going up. That's pretty close. Cool. So let's look at what we got. M37. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? You can see the stars trailing. So waiting for another image to come in. See what it looks like. What part of the sky are we in? We're in irregular. Okay. Ooh, we got a cluster right there. We got lots of stuff over here. All right. If these are open clusters, we're just going to go ahead and not mess with, not mess with the modified astro camera, because that's primarily for picking up nebula. Or emission nebula, I should say. We'll do a 40-second exposure, see what this is like. Warm my hands up just slightly. Stream looks like it's going okay. All right. A blazar is an active galactic nucleus with relativistic jets. What elements would be present there in a blazar? Would you? Oh, I thought those were just quasars. With if it had a jet or not, I thought it was still a quasar, just as long as it had an active core. Okay. And also, tutorial is great since I have a T6i, but want to use it soon to photograph stars and planets. Okay. I like the T6i. I've had it now for several years. I did buy it used. If you're going to buy used equipment, I highly recommend Cloudy Nights. I get most of my used equipment off of Cloudy Nights. And I sell my used equipment on Cloudy Nights as well. It's their classified section is free. If you're a new user, you have to wait 30 days to post something that you want to sell, but I think you should be able to start buying right away. I've never had any issues, and I've bought stuff even from overseas. It took a while to ship it in, but I was pretty happy with it. And again, your mileage may vary, but oh. Oh, whoops. All right, start guiding. Let's just do that again. So that's what happens when you have when you go ahead and slew to a new target, but you forget to tell PhD to stop guiding, and it decides it's going to guide. But on the plus side, you do see that we're looking at a big old cluster, so it's pretty. It's just very angular. It's still kind of pretty. So with the T6i, like I said, this is my everyday, everyday. This is my regular workhorse camera, so I use it for just regular photography. It's fine. I thought about upgrading to like a T7i, or a T8i, but honestly, there's nothing about those cameras that is really compelling for me to spend the money to upgrade. I thought about doing full frame as well. Ooh, this is too hot. It's like boiling, because I made a pot of tea before I came and poured it in, nearly boiling hot directly in. So yeah, I'll let it cool off for a minute or two, evaporate like a globular cluster, and then I'll be able to drink it. So where was I? Oh, open clusters. Yeah, when it gets this cold, the brain stops working. I have a hat on. Underneath, I have the hoodie, um, collar. Ooh, ooh, that's pretty. Oh, that's pretty. So 40-second exposure, and we're seeing just a lot of stars. Remember, this is an open cluster, so this is a just a big old group of stars, and they pretty much form together at the same time. Don't really see a whole lot of nebulosity. They've moved out of the molecular cloud where they were born. Um, but it's really pretty. We can see some colors. We're resolving stars down to the core. Um, got something big and red right there. That's uh, that's not bad. And remember, this is just 40-second exposure, so we could probably go a little bit deeper. But honestly, it's just a pretty cluster. That's just a pretty cluster. Um, I'm pretty happy with that one. I don't think we need to go deeper. And we're going to be hitting a bunch of clusters in this area anyway. So that's M37, M37. So now we're going to hit M36, M37, M36. And it's close by. And this time we will tell PhD, stop. Pick a star. Start guiding. Come over here. Start capture. And then let's jump over to here. Let's see, one more exposure. So we're looking at look at some nice stuff right here. So again, 15-second exposure. This is the wide field view in Aurigula. Is that where we're at? Auriga. So a little bit more. So we were looking at over here, M37, M36, M36. Fine. 36. Crab. So M37, M38, M36. This is a pretty one too. Oops. Oh man. The one thing I don't like about my laptop is an Acer. The power button. It's right next to the minus and right next to the end, right there in the corner. And it's very easy to accidentally hit. On the plus side, you have to hold it down to force a reboot. So at least there's that. So we hit M37. Now we're doing M36, so we should get a beep any second now. All right, a little bit more time. We'll get our beep. And then we'll jump over to M38. We could probably do both of these in the same field of view, but I don't want to mess with that. So let's do this. There we go. Not as pretty, still quite nice. It's another open cluster. That's nice. And the thing is, if we look at this image, that's probably easily a couple thousand stars in that field of view. And with a good eyepiece and a wide angle scope, this is the teleview here is it's called a rich field scope. It is meant for wide field views of the Milky Way under just super low power. So this is the telescope that the 31 Nagler eyepiece was designed for. That's still hot. I should have brought a cup. That way I could pour in the cup and let it cool off, but oh well. It's fine. Once it cools down a little bit more, I'll not burn my tongue. So anyway, this telescope is it's meant for wide field views, and you can't see, if I zoom in, you just see more and more stars. And if I take a longer exposure, we can get deeper and deeper and deeper, and we still have some fairly dim stars through here that we're able to see. So even though it is a 4-inch telescope, it is not a big telescope. It's just well designed and really lets you see deep if you want to. especially with stars. And with the eyepiece, I always thought it was fun where all I would do is just look at the Milky Way. And with that eyepiece, you could sweep through the entire Milky Way um, and just see thousands and thousands of stars in in the eyepiece at any one time. It's very, very lovely. So this is the telescope I'm using for this. So we got M30, M30 something. We got M37, M36, M38. Okay, so we got M38. Let's do M38 next. Let's grab it here. Take this, turn it off. Stop. M38, M36, M38. Enter. It's very close by. Pick up that star. And we don't pick up the brightest ones and also not the dimmest ones, just something medium. Yeah, there's nothing there to guide on. That's what we want to guide on right there. Okay. So we got that. Clear that. Good, we're good. Do another 40-second exposure. Ooh. Cold, cold, cold. I actually have a scarf. I should probably go put on that scarf. Okay. I hear that full frame is not as great as people say for shooting. You can get good pictures without spending way less with an APC. Yes, you can. So, full frame versus crop frame sensors. Full frame is going to cost you more. The question is it worth for you to spend that much more? And that is a personal question. Some people will say yes, some people will say no. If you're doing wide field imaging, I should say, if your equipment is capable of wide field imaging, and what I mean by that is you're taking images like several degrees across, 5, 6 degrees or more. Sometimes you want that. You know what? Let's just say 3 degrees across is wide field. You want to take images that wide or larger. If you use a crop frame sensor, now what you have to worry about is if you want anything bigger, you have to do mosaics. So do you want to do mosaics or not? If you may end up doing mosaics anyway, but the question is, do you want more images in your mosaic or fewer images in your mosaic? It all just depends on what you're trying to do. If all you're doing is taking images of like tiny objects, it may not matter to you. If you're just doing like planetary nebula stuff, it may not be that important. Okay, so we got M38, and let's look it over here because there's this little cluster next to it. M38. Let's see what that is. Here's M38. What is this? What is that thing? No, it's picking up stars. No. I wonder if that's like an NGC object. I have no idea, but we can see it right there. But that's also a really pretty cluster. I think M37's just nicer, but this one's not bad. So it's a large open cluster, and there's like a little. I think this is a totally separate one. This could be a separate one. I don't think it's attached to this, but I'm not 100% positive. But it's still neat. It's still pretty. M38. All right, got M38. What's next? M35 in Gemini. So we're just doing a bunch of open clusters right now. M35. All right. Let's grab that back. M35. Enter. And PhD. I should probably just have PhD up on my other screen. We'll do that just so I don't forget. Stop. If there's anything, excuse me, if there's anything interesting, I'll swing it back. Clear it. All right, that looks okay. Next. The 40-second exposure. I think 40 seconds is a good sweet spot. I could probably push it to a minute, go a little bit deeper, but for time-wise, I think 40 seconds is fine. This is nice. I think I actually kind of like doing this better than, not better, it's different. I should say it's different, but I kind of like this, being able to jump from object to object to object because we have a limit in the amount of time that we have available to us, instead of just pouring over one, just re-imaging, re-imaging, re-imaging. Just my equipment's working really nicely right now, so I'm pretty happy. Actually, not right this second. I think I had a jump on my tracking. Yeah, we'll see what it looks like. But yeah, I think that that doing it this way, if I put the astronomical camera on there, um, I think it's a CWO ASI 183 color. Um, I think it should be fine, but I won't be able to use backyard EOS, so we'll have to use Sharp Cap, another instance of Sharp Cap, and run it off there. But if we have to do it later, that's fine. But I think for now the DSLR is nice, and it has a slightly wider field of view, I think, than the um, than that Astro camera. Let's see what part of the sky we're looking at. Back to Sharp Cap. There we go. We're up in Gemini now. I think we're looking at this one right here. That would be in the right position. Ooh, that is nice. See, I like these open clusters. I like them. They're just really pretty. It's just a ton of stars. Oh, we got a little another group right there. Got a little kind of head of a bull. I don't know, kind of ears here. Here's the mouth going down. It's Texas, so it looks like a cattle skull hanging on your wall. Not my wall. My wife wouldn't allow that. We're not quite that Texan. I don't know. I get you probably can't hear me doing this unless I'm talking at the same time. I got a nice little noise reduction filter uh, with that so that you don't hear all the shuffling around that I do. Yeah, you probably didn't hear that, which is good. All right, what else we got? So back to the full frame. Actually, no, let's do this. So we're going to jump off the next one. We've seen it. It looks good. So that's M35. We're going to hit M41. So this is finest open cluster in Canis Major, bright but coarse. Cool. So this is near Sirius. So we're going to M41. M. What's really nice about this microphone and the noise reduction is, unless I'm talking, you can't hear the cars driving by. There's a road about 100, call it 200 something yards away. So just quiet out here in the country. All right, so we got that. I need to stop, stop, loop. Oh wow, I can see the cluster already in PhD. So let's do make it bigger, drag it over. What is this? But there we go. So we can already see the cluster in here. In the guide scope view, we'll hit this, take another image, 40 seconds, jump over to here. So here we're looking at Sirius. So it's got to be somewhere in here. I wonder if it's that little fuzzy bit. Hey, remember, these are fuzzies. These are the fuzzies that Charles Messier found and said, this is not a comet. Oof. So back to here. So we're looking at what's on our list? M41, M41 in Canis Major. Let's find where this is. So it took the image, waiting on noise reduction. Yeah, if I put in the astro camera, I don't have to worry about noise reduction. It'll cool it down enough. At the same time, just can't. The little beehive. So we're swinging on past, hitting this up. The little beehive. Okay, we'll hit the big beehive later, I believe. Oh, still going. Ugh. Come on, be cool enough for me to drink without burning. I don't think it's cool enough. It's fogging up my glasses. Oh, it's still too hot. Little beehive. Okay, I had a little jump in my guiding, so I will clear. Let's clear that and let's start again. See what it does. Yep, it's still on that part of the sky, so we're still good on guiding. I dropped my flashlight somewhere down here, but on the plus side, it is no longer. Oh yeah, the flashlight is no longer ice cold, which is a huge plus for when I will need to use it. I'll just keep my hands in my pockets. Oh, that's nice. And I actually did forget to bring my chemical warmers, which sucks. I had my chemical warmers inside the car. I did until we had the freeze, and we were about losing power, and so I brought them inside the house because our plan was if we lose power, and we can't go anywhere, then the three of us, my wife and my kid and I, we would be in our bed, and we would just pile the covers on every one that we had, and we would take the chemical warmers and break them open and put them down at our feet and just cuddle and maintain body heat that way. And I do have my camping equipment, so we could have boiled water and made tea and kept warm that way, and boiled water for oatmeal. Fortunately, we didn't have to. We didn't run out of bread, but I wasn't about to bake bread when other people didn't have power. I think we didn't lose power because we also live right next to the hospital, so we're on the same grid. All right, did it change? Little beehive. There it goes. Yeah, it did change. So this is the little beehive. We have some red stars all through here too. It's another open cluster. We don't see any nebulosity in here. And I'm not bothering to take pictures with the other one because if there's no nebulosity, there's no point in taking pictures where the stars are all red. It's just a waste. So this is, what is it? Back to the list. We did M41. Yep. Okay, so M41. Now we're going to M50. This is an open cluster between Sirius and Procyon. M41, jump to M50. 50. Yep. Oh. Oh, yeah. And, of course, PhD. There we go. Start guiding on that one. Clear it. Yeah, we want to go ahead and get good images. So typically we start guiding and then give it a couple seconds to do its thing. Oh, man. My face is getting cold. Oh, man. All right. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to do this, but it's only 10 o'clock. I was really planning on doing this about midnight or so. All right, 1 a.m. at the very, very latest, but oh, geez, it's getting cold. I'm going to go get a scarf. And actually, you know what? No. While this is taking an image, I'm going to put on that sweatshirt, which I got the wrong sweatshirt out. And then I'll put my jacket back on, and I'll put the scarf on because it's got to be somewhere in the low 40s. It's gotten cold. Where's my stuff? Ooh, I even have my ski gloves. Just found that before. Ooh. Layers, layers, layers. Okay, well, I don't know what that looks like, but I'll be there in just a moment. This is M50, I think. Ready. Let's go over this way. All right, pretty. After a while, these open clusters just start to look alike, don't they? Oh, yeah. That's slightly better. I told you I actually have my ski gloves. Unfortunately, I think wait, hold on. Okay, that's good. I thought for just a moment that maybe I had two right hands, and that's not what I wanted. So I will... I can only use one of these, can't I? I guess I could just keep sticking my hand in, but I... Wait. It did something. I clicked some... No. No, I can't move it. So I can only wear one glove. Don't call me Michael Jackson. All right, I will put the other glove here for when I need it. Yeah. It's but the other glove is my hand is fine. It's quite nice in this one. Okay. All right. Hey, y'all have okay. I have work tomorrow as well. Um, but I'm still staying here as long as I can. On the plus side, I do work from home. On the downside, I work from home, which means I work all the time. It seems. Okay, so this is M50 that we're looking at, M50. This is, yeah, M50. Bright open cluster between Sirius and Procyon. Naked eye under ideal circumstances. Let's see how naked eye it is. Can you see it here? Not sure. Zoom out. Not sure we can see it even under using the wide field. I think it's just too... Yeah. We should be able to see it. That might be it right there. We're a little bit close to center. It could be right there. Yeah, it's just hard to tell. The difference between the wide view and the narrow view, it's just it's so vast. It's not that easy to do this way. Can I cover my face? Can you hear me? Am I a little bit muffled? I think I'm a bit muffled. Just keep it out like this. I actually have this like this face shield, and I guess I could have worn that. Uh, yeah, but I left it at home. That's fine. My ears are fine. Like just pretty much my nose and my hand is cold. All right, M50. What's next? We got this one. Knock that one down. M50, M47. All right. All right, we're knocking out these open clusters. M47. M47. Enter. Still close by. Cool. All right. Of course, PhD. Stop. Guide. Clear that. That's fine. Hey, that's a nice looking star right there. Okay. Got it. It's starting to guide. Cool, starting to guide. Okay, so we're at M47. 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 All these opens, I think a nice 40-second exposure is just fine on them. I'm not going to park the telescope. I think our focus is still good. Even though it's gotten cold, the focus still looks fine. Cold, cold, cold. It's got to be somewhere in the 40s. It has to be. I'm just... I was due. Telecast. Telecast. Grandview, Texas. Grandview, Texas. Where are we at right now? 43 degrees. Low of 39. At least it's not 0. I will tell you that. At least it's not 0 degrees. That makes me much, much happier. 0 degrees is not it's not fun. So what do you got for Sunday? Monday. I can't believe it's Monday morning. And it'll get down to 41. It says it's 48. It is not 48. On the plus side, we have barely any wind. So that's a good plus. And the dew point is so low that we don't have to worry about dew forming on the equipment and calling it a night from that. Okay, so which one is this? M47. Messier. M47. Yes. It's near M46. M46 and M47. Do we see M46 and M47? Okay, so cool. We got 2 knocked out at once. 2 clusters. So these are half degree apart. And this image, I think, is like about 4.3 degrees across. So this is, again, a fairly wide field image. So I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, there we go. So we got 2, M47 and M46. Is that it? Yeah, M47 and M46. Ooh, M46 got a little planetary nebula. Okay, cool. Let's go find that. M46 is a little planetary. I think we need longer exposure for that. Well, we've been going fast. Let's go ahead and do it. Do we see a little planetary? I don't see a little planetary. I wonder where it is. Do we see? Let's do a longer exposure. I want to do a 90-second exposure. We're guiding well. Let's see on here. M46. 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 Okay. It's at M46. Where is... What? Tomorrow night? What? We looking at... Today's the 7th. M46, right? 46, fine, whatever. As long as we see it. M46, M47. Oh, there it is. Okay. M46, M47. So we're looking at a little glob or a little planetary somewhere here. So is it here? Which one is it? Is this one? Oh, wait. Is this it? I can't tell. I don't see it. I can't tell. We got longer exposure. Maybe we'll pick it up in longer exposure. Should be right here somewhere. I just don't see it. Okay, let's see what happens. Much longer exposure, twice as much, twice the photons plus. Oh, come on, come on. Oh, it's still hot. But it is warming. Oh. I know I shouldn't slurp my tea, but it's still really hot. I don't want a burned up tongue. Okay. It's cooling down nice, and my tea is cooling down nice and slow, so it's fine. Okay. Russ is wearing thermals. Yeah. So, layers, 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 layers. Always dress in layers. Makes it easier. I probably should have put on some long underwear too. But it was like 70 degrees today. It was nice and warm. When I was replanting grass. Yep, forgot lots of stuff. Yeah, yesterday I forgot my my pole master, and I was looking for it today. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it. And I got so frustrated. Went through all my boxes. I couldn't find it. And finally, I was just standing there staring at my shelves in my office, and there it was right in front of me. I was like, I don't remember putting it on my shelf at all. But there we are. Okay, so this is brighter. So where is this planetary? That's not the one. That's what I'm looking at. Hold on. Starry Night. So 46 and 46. All right, so we're looking at what? I don't know. I don't see this planetary anywhere. I can't tell which one's which. I don't know. So we're looking for a planetary. I just don't see it. Huh. Is it this one? Mm-mm. So, okay, so let's look at this red star. Back to here. Red star. Okay, so we should be looking close to the core. So there's a red star right there. There's a red star right here. Okay, so we got this red star right in the middle. A red star down there. Red star in the middle. Red star down there. So planetary should be... This should be M46 over here, right? I don't know. I don't see a planetary. I see a little red star right there. Just don't see a planetary. I can't tell which one's which, but I just don't see a planetary. Huh. I don't know. Maybe y'all see one that I don't. All right, let's do this. See those 3 stars? I like looking for little things like that. Those 3 stars. Let's go back to here. No. I'm trying to find those 3 stars here as well. I don't see them. Unless it's those. Is it those? Those could be it. Those 3 stars right there. That looks about right. Okay, so we got those 3 stars. Should be a bright one up above it. No. It's not it. Those 3 stars, bright one above it. Okay. So we're doing that. Okay, good, good, good. So those 3 stars. That looks right. Those 3, and another curve right there. No. Those 3, those 3. And across the other one. Looking at. So we're looking at here. We should be seeing a planetary right there. I just don't see a planetary. I just don't see one. We should be seeing one over here somewhere. All right. No planetary. I think we spent enough time on it. Okay. Where were we? 46, 47, 93. Compact. Right one in Pupus. M93. All right. We're going on. Can't spend all night on the same thing. M93. Oh, it's super low in the sky. Yeah. We're losing time. Stop. Come on, come on, come on. Looping, looping, looping. And guide, guide, guide. All right. Back to here. Back to 40 seconds. We don't have time for 90-second ones anymore. It's not for a bit until we get much higher up in the sky. It's only 10:30. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. Yeah. Stargazing is a special kind of cold. I'll say it's a special kind of stupid at times, right? I still enjoy it. Before I left, my wife and I were having a talk, and I think our kid is almost old enough, and his attention span is almost long enough where we could go out and we could do something like this together, and him not being bored within about 5 or 10 minutes and walking off. He likes looking at it, but it's just we need to see how long his attention span is. And also the fact is that his bedtime is 8 o'clock. So 8 o'clock we're in bed and reading. So I think he's about 2 years old or so. Went out to one of our dark sky sites, and I was hoping we could be there till at least midnight. But no, he was asleep by 9 p.m. and we had to pack up and go by 10. He was just gone. But that's the nice thing about having that set bedtime is that he just knocks off. Okay, I'm not sure what happened with that. Oh, guiding went way bad. Went way bad just for a couple of seconds, but that was enough. Let's redo it. It was towards the end too, so it was okay, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. I think it's also just kind of low. Yeah, it's pretty low in the sky too. So it's just guiding right now is just oh, but that's okay. Well, what lesson have we learned today? One, I think studio lights need better placement. Because it's been interfering with imaging. Oh well. Um, two, long underwear would have been a good idea. Should have worn long underwear. Um, yeah, and more layers. Lots more layers. All right, still going. So we're looking at M 93, M93, small, bright, compact cluster. How many more clusters are we going through? I got a lot more clusters. Oh, here we go. M81 and M82. They're coming up in the list. Cool. So we're at 93. Let's drop it down here. 93. M93. Compact, bright. We're almost there. Should be beeping any moment now. There we go. M93. That is nice. Compact cluster. Fairly bright. Not ugly at all. Ooh. Still cold. I'm gonna have to break this up too. Break up the video. Maybe do like a highlights reel or something. There we go. Again. M92. I swear, I just forget. M93. This is M93. I just, it's so cold. M48. All right. Next. M48. I will stop. Oh, and before I do that, let's just jump out here. So this is where we're looking in the night sky. Oh, man. Okay. Next. M48. M48, then M44. Cool. M48. M48. 48. Going up a bit. Oh, that's nice. M48. Okay. If I can just pass the meridian or something. M48. M48. Let's start guiding. Cool. Guide. Here. Another 40-second exposure. M48. My eyes are starting to hurt from the cold. That's how you know it sucks. How do your eyes start to hurt from the cold? All right, guiding is going. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. A bit more. The M48, we have another open cluster. M48. Yep. Then M44, then M67. All right, M48. Large sparse cluster. Oh, from our lost Messier object. Okay. So some of the objects that Charles Messier found, I guess were not, no one else could find them. And I think in some of the cases it was like he had the wrong coordinates put in or something. There's one which is a binary star, and people kept asking, how did he think that was like, or either it's a real binary or an apparent binary? And the question is, how did he think that was a fuzzy? But I don't know, maybe he had a smudge on his telescope that night. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, okay. Well, that's a pretty sparse cluster. Yeah, that's pretty sparse. But okay, there we go. Enjoy. M48, M44. Okay, cool. Now we get to beehive. Cool. We'll do that. Stop that guide. M44 is the beehive. So we saw the little beehive already. Now it's the big beehive. 44. Enter. Going up, 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 up. Good. Now, where are we looking? Directly overhead. Almost. Ugh. So we're still pulling in this one. Oh man, I can see the beehive already in the guide scope. There's the beehive. You can actually see the beehive right now. Guide on that. There's the beehive in the wide field of view. I'm actually pretty happy I put this thing on here. It just kind of gives you a sense of scale. Well, somewhat. I need to calculate exactly how far across the field of view is on here, but it's fairly wide. I mean, you saw Orion was only in the middle here, so I think this is. Oh, if I can. It's at least 20 degrees across. It's at least 20 degrees, so it's a fairly wide field of view. Um, I'm not going to do the apparent focal length for like full frame equivalent. I don't have the brain power to do that right now. I have barely the brain power just to remember what number's next. 44. I only have 110 objects. And they're written for me too, in the order of where they appear in the sky. So, and actually, this order that we're looking at, it is from west to east, and it's also done so that stuff that's close together, you just hop from one to the next. So it may not be, it may be a situation where we're looking at stuff like in one little corner, and then you go off to the next corner and you do imaging over there or viewing over there. Hey, I think we got a satellite in here. Look at this right through here. That looks like a satellite. It's through. And there have been a few times when I was doing polar alignments, and I think there's one time I had two satellites in the same field of view as they're just passing through because they're just polar satellites, and that's what they do. They pass near the North Celestial Pole because they're on polar orbits. Usually just like a pretty close to zero or a couple of degrees off, like 1 or 2 degrees off. Yeah. Okay. Still coming in. So this is the beehive, and I will do this because the beehive is big. We'll see the difference between M40 something or other, M48, M44. Ready? Here it comes. Any second now. Oh, all right. Well, it's a big cluster, and it's got a bunch of bright stars. So when you're looking at it through an eyepiece, it's just these bright stars are just really popping out. If I do a longer exposure, we can go deeper. But these are pretty bright. This is a fairly large. Yeah, excuse me. This is a fairly large open cluster. We can see that here. We can see the beehive just right there in the middle. It's just apparent. And if I zoom in, this is 100%. There it is. And yeah, I know the focus isn't great on this image. It's never going to be. It's fine for what it is. Um, this is just giving us an idea about what's out there. So cool, we got the beehive. All right, just lots and lots of bees. All right, next. We did the beehive, M44, M67. 5 times as distant as M44, one of the oldest clusters, 3.2 billion years old. All right, cool. M67 then. So we're going to come back to here. We're going to stop. M67. I'm stopping the guiding. I'm keeping the guiding on the other monitor. M67, just because it's now in mind. Oh, that was close by. M67. Okay. Let's find a star to guide on. There we go. M67. M67. Clear. Start capture. M67. All right. Where are we at here? So there's the beehive. So it's something over here, close by. Hard to tell. If I had longer exposure, it'd be better, but I don't, and I won't. M67. M67. 67. The King Cobra Cluster. Why is it called the King Cobra Cluster? I don't know. Oh, well, obviously it looks like a king cobra. I mean, that should become just obvious to even the most casual observer, right? I swear, some of these people had just incredible imaginations. Or, I don't know how popular opium was with astronomers back in the 1700s and 1800s, but I don't see a king cobra. So we're looking somewhere over here. It's not really visible, but that's okay. Let's see how much more we got. There we go, downloading. Any second now. Oh, that's nice. I like that one better than the beehive. I think the beehive is just an open cluster. This one is it 4 times further away? Is that what it said? Yeah. And it's very, very old. So, I still don't see a king cobra in here. Um, I'm squinting my eyes too. I don't really see one. I don't know. Nope, I don't see it. Hang on. No, no. I've got nothing. So it's a pretty cluster, but I don't see a king cobra. All right. M67. So that was it. M67. All right. M81, M82. Now we're getting into galaxies and other nebula. Cool. Oh, and there's M40, that double star. Okay, cool. So let's do M81, M82. Over here, I'm going to stop the guiding. Oops, stop the guiding. And loop. We're going to go to M81, M82. We should get both in the same field of view. M81, 81. So this is Bode's Galaxy and the Cigar Galaxy, I think is what it is. And where are we looking? Oh yeah, we're doing a meridian flip. Cool. We're now going to be looking at the eastern sky. So we're kind of catching up. We're in a good position right now. Ideally, you'd be wanting to catch everything on the western side. You want to spend enough time with it, but I think we're good right now. We're flipping over to the east. I just want to make sure my cameras don't bang into tripod legs. And don't bang, don't bang, don't bang, don't bang, don't bang. Ah, good. Whew. Okay, we're good. It just looks like we did the meridian flip. So that's really good timing. I'm pretty happy with that. I didn't have a crash. That's something that I'm worried about. Okay, Bode's Galaxies. Are we flipping? Okay, so what am I doing? I need a longer exposure. Let's get 2-second exposure because I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. Now we got like some tiny little star. Okay, start. Oh, I need to clear my calibration. Maybe if someone has a better idea on how to do this thing in PhD, but when I do a meridian flip, I always clear the calibration, and I don't modify it. I don't flip it. I just do it again. and I'll go ahead and let it do its thing. We'll let it calibrate again. So M80, in the meantime, because that only takes like a minute or two, M81, M82. So we're going to do M67. We're going to jump to M81, 81, M81. Come on. Come on. Wait for it to pop up. All right. All right, let's go back to chat. What do we have in chat here? All seasons, one Texas day. Yep. Okay. Okay. All right. So M81, come on. All right, my guiding, no, it's still what's it doing? The PhD is trying to do guiding. It's taking a lot longer than expected. I'm not sure why. Yes, I do, because it's pointed way up north. That's why. So it's close to the celestial North Pole. Not super close, but close enough. So it's not, yeah, it doesn't want to guide very well up here. I had these issues before. We'll see what it does. All right, so what do we have? Not doing that, not doing that. M81. Come on. Why wouldn't you do it? M81. M81. M82. Fine. Give me M82. Finally. The Cigar Galaxy. Finally. All right, now we're zooming to the other side of the sky. M81, M82, Bode's Galaxy, and the Cigar Galaxy. I don't think we'll get that kind of detail. Uh-oh. That's not a good... That's not really a good sound. I'm hearing my mount buzz. And, yeah, I don't know what's wrong right now. Calibration computed RA deck axes are angles that are questionable. How questionable? Oh, some weird orthogonal error. Oh, man. Yeah, I've got something else going on. So close. In fact, I'm just going to stop. Yeah, I'm going to stop guiding on there. We're just going to try to get an image, see what we can find. Or see what we can get with like 60-second exposure, just without guiding on it. There's something weird going on. So this is M8182. We're going to try that. So 2 minutes until that's done. Oh wow. It's just so cold. Okay, now my tea is at the perfect temperature. It only took half an hour to cool down. If I'd poured it in a cup, it would have been like 5 minutes or less. This will be fine. Now that it's perfect temperature, I can close it. And then just open it, drink it as needed to stay warm. Okay. And of course, now that I'm drinking tea, I gotta go to the bathroom. It's not one thing, it's another. Okay, here we go. So we got 1 more minute. Still not certain why this one doesn't do the countdown when it's a newer camera than the other one. But, oh well. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I just want to make sure we're still in the same field of view. Let's look at sharp cap. Let's see what it's showing. We're getting low in the sky. Let me see if I can see where this is. No, it's not. It's not low in the sky. It's just... I can't tell. I can't tell what's going on. There's some light source, but I'm not really sure what it is. Unless it's... Oh, of course not. It's the blue light. Yeah, the blue light is shining into that camera. Barely. But yeah, that's what's going on. Okay. All right, whatever. So Bode's galaxy should be somewhere in here, but we're just not seeing them. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I'll see any galaxies. I see no galaxies. These are not terribly bright. They should be visible. Not the center. Even with a 60-second exposure, something should be popping up. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. All right, let's figure out what we're looking at. I'll be looking for this pattern here. So you're going to find these patterns. 2 stars, 2 stars, 1 star, 2 stars. Kind of like a box. All right, I thought I saw these 3 stars. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Is this the box? See those 3 stars there? I don't see those 3 stars. Two stars, 2 stars, 1 star, 2 stars. Oops. No. What you doing? Assuming it's one of my cousins. Yeah, so I'm not certain where we are here. I'm pretty sure we would have found it. Yeah, I don't think we're in the right place. That's not what I want. I want back here. Yeah, I'm not certain we're in the right place. I don't think... I'm going to try hitting this again. Maybe it moved it off weird. Maybe M82. M82. It's not the greatest of sounds. Let's go ahead and take another exposure, see what happens. Yeah, I'm not totally thrilled about that. Move just slightly. See what happens here. You know what? Just for kicks and grins, let's do a 30-second exposure. I just want to see what happens. I can pull anything out of here. with this. And remember, I'm not doing any guiding right now. Something's I think that being this close to the meridian, it just doesn't like the guiding. Um, it's like right on the meridian, so may have to come back to it to M81 and M82. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it here. I don't think we'll be able to anyway. It's. I think it'll just be too dim. I mean, we know roughly where it's going to be. It should be in this area here, and I just don't see it. Yep. Okay, so we're dealing with that. I should probably get a plate solver. I should probably get a plate solver. I just can't be just. Okay. We'll hit M40. Ooh, M101. Okay. Ooh, Polaris. So yeah, yeah, that would do it. Okay, so we're looking. Okay, so we should be able to see how far. No, this is. No, we won't be able to see it. Okay. Now I'm just thinking of how many degrees across we should be able to see. This is 2 degrees. So this is this is what you see in the Telrad. So we should be able to see something like this. All right, what do we got? It's just too close. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing. I don't think we're pointed at the right location. Um, let's go off and see if we can find M82 108. I'm gonna hit M67 again. We could always jump around. You know what? I think what I need to do is I don't even know. I don't even know right now. I'm struggling here. If it's not aligned properly, if it's not able to see where it is, M67. Let's do M67 because we know that we were able to see that one last. So M67. So we're going to go back and do a meridian flip. I think it's necessary. I don't see anything on here. I know we're in the area. We're not very far off, but it's just not the field of view. So we're far enough off. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't sound bad right now. Oh, please don't. Please, please, please stop, 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 stop. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, we're in the right area. M67 should be right over here. We'll do a 30-second exposure. Make sure. So we're in the right area. I think I had these issues before trying to get stuff right around the celestial North Pole. I don't know what it is about this mount. It just had trouble. We'll see. We're gonna give it one more shot and then go from there. I could have sworn M81 and M82 should be in the field of view. They should be a lot more visible. We may find a star over there and see how far off we are, and then recalibrate off of that one. That's always an option. It's only 11 o'clock. Recalibration doesn't take very long. We've knocked out a bunch of them lately. Got dogs barking. At least I can hear the dogs. But it's so quiet. Yeah, see there. That one's in the middle. All right, we'll come back to M81 and M82. I want to find some others. So we're going to come back to M81, M82 a little bit later. M108. Right edge on, close to M97. Okay, cool. Maybe we can get M97 too. Or let's hit M97. M97. Maybe we'll get both in the field of view. All right, we're going to do another meridian flip. I'm hoping this won't be a stupid one. M97. Oops. M97. Oh, come on. The Owl Nebula. This should be... Sometimes make those clicks and not really happy to hear clicks. Okay, come on, that's enough. Stop, 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 stop. No, stop, 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 stop. Okay. The Owl Nebula. It's a planetary. Begin looping. Okay, got a star here. Good. I say low mass. It's not low mass. Oh, come on. There we go. Let's see if it guides on this one. So I'm picking a star, letting it guide. Looks like it's good. Cool. Oh, wow. That's really good. I wonder if doing a 2-second will get me better results than the 1 second I was using. All right. I don't know. We'll find out. So this is the Owl Nebula. We're going to do, let's do a 30-second exposure. We can always do more. 30 seconds on this one. And might as well, let's do 30 seconds on this one. 40 seconds. We'll see. I mean, right now we're just trying to see if we can find it in the field of view. Okay. We're looking at something. These are stars. It's definitely not the Owl Nebula. We should be seeing it somewhere in here. And this 15-second, yeah. No, it's 30-second exposure. 30 seconds, wow. So we're seeing pretty deep right now. All right, so we took this one, waiting for timeout. This one's almost ready. We're back to the crab, right? I think the owl's going to be a bit smaller. Whew. Still going. Okay. We're not aligned right. Not in that part of the sky. No. Because the owl should be right in the field of view, and it is not. So that tells me we're off. I don't know how far off, but we're off. Because I see no owl, and it should be really visible, even with that short of an exposure. No, that's crab. There. We're not seeing the owl at all. Okay, which explains why we're not seeing those galaxies. All right. What's the fix? Hold on. No. Okay. What's the fix? We have to recalibrate something. Okay. I've had a plate solver. We could do plate solving, but I don't, so we can't. We're at least a couple degrees off. Probably more. We have to be more than 4 degrees off. Otherwise, I would see it in the field of view. We've got nothing. The question is, what are we looking at? And I don't plate solve manually in my head. There's M108. So where am I looking? Those 3 stars in a curve. Do we see 3 stars like that? I don't. Okay. Next. What's something interesting over here that we could see? Okay. You know what? I know what we need to do. What we can do. We're looking at Ursa Major, right? So we need to have something that could easily find an Ursa Major, Mizar and Alcor. We need to find Mizar and Alcor. There's Mizar and Alcor. Okay. Reason why? I know what they look like. All right. So here's what we have to do. I have to go back and menu, back, menu, select and slew. We want stars, double, not Rigel Cantaris. We want Mizar and Alcor. Scroll down. Jeez, so many. Back. Now I'm going to do name stars. Okay, we have to go way down. Way down. Yeah, so here's what I'm doing. I'm digging up Mizar and Alcor. Mizar primarily. Come on, a little bit more. Almost there. Markab. Mizar. There we go. Okay. So here's what I'm doing. I'm going to slew onto Mizar, because I can see Mizar naked eye without any issues. Now I can just get on the scope and recenter on Mizar and say sync to it. Once I got that, now it knows this part of the sky as well. Okay, so that's the plan. I can see it in the guide scope. Yep, I can see it in the guide scope, so we're close. We're not terribly far off, but it ain't as close as I want it to be. Man, just sitting down for a couple of minutes. All right, a little bit more in a couple minutes. Okay, where are we looking? I'm looking at the Big Dipper. I'm looking at the middle star of the tail, of the handle. Okay, how far off are we? Let's find out. Again, I need to raise this up next time, so I'm not kneeling on the ground. And I'm probably gonna have to kill this light. Where do we go? Where do we go? There it is. Oh man, I'm way off. That's why. We're about 8 degrees off. No, not that far. What's going on? Alcor. Two. Okay. There we go. All right. So what have I done? I've blinded myself by staring into a blue light. That's one thing I've done. All right. Next, we're going to go back to here. Frame and focus. Let's see how close we are. Messier and Alcor. That's it right there. So we have Messier and Alcor. The bright one is Messier, and the dimmer one is Alcor. Okay. Now I'm going to say menu, sync to target, enter to confirm, enter to confirm. Sync successful. Okay, cool. Back to imaging. So, just a quick, I'll do just a quick little exposure. Verify that we're centered. 15 seconds. Messier and Alcor. And, because I can. No, I better not. We'll do this. Messier and Alcor, right there. We're not quite in the center of the image, but this is the tail. Big Dipper. Messier and Alcor right there. Messier the big one, Alcor the small one. Okay. All right. Did we do it? Almost. Bingo. Messier and Alcor. Finally. Okay, let's go M8182. Back. Menu. Select and slew. Deep Sky. Messier. 181. It's kind of doing something. I think it did the meridian flip. Please, 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 don't stop. Stop. Oh no. Oh good. I'm not happy with the way the counterweight's on there right now. So I'm just anxious. All right, let's do 80 seconds. 60 seconds. We'll do another exposure if we have to. Oh. All right, 60 seconds. The M81 and M82, we should be able to get both in the field of view on this one. I'm hoping so. Oh. And we have to do a longer exposure. We can. Oh. Whew. $11.20. It's not bad. We're gonna keep going. Okay. All right. Well, that thing goes. So M81, M82. Try this again. M81. We go Bode's Galaxy. Okay. cold, but it's not dewy. That would be a lot worse. But I think I need to warm up my nose. So I'm a bit muffled. Hopefully you can understand me pretty well. It's just it's just cold. Ah, that's actually slightly better. Slightly. But it's gonna fog up my glasses now, so that's not exactly ideal either. Okay, what do we got? 60 seconds. Already took the exposure. Um, wrong one. This one. Come on. Yeah, this is annoying. Okay, now I don't see anything. We're off, but I can't tell by how much. I can't tell. This is annoying. I can't tell. I just can't tell. Because you'd be able to see it in the field of view right there, and there's just nothing. Well, that's not a good sign. No, that's kind of a bad sign. Yeah, that's just a bad sign. Okay, we're gonna have to go on. This sucks. I was hoping to get some galaxies. Um, okay, let's try M97, the owl. Um, Geez, if I'm not able to see anything over there, it's really gonna suck. Um, M97. Let's see M97. See how close this one is. Another meridian flip. Oh man. Just going one end to the other. Yeah, this is pretty accurate. I mean, it was pretty accurate for a while. Um, hmm. Are these just like really dim galaxies? I don't think they should be this dim. I don't think they should be this dim at all. Doing any guiding right this moment? Okay, you can stop now. Thank you. Like it's listening to me. M97. Just do. I think 100 seconds is too long. 60 seconds should be enough. Just to verify that it's there. M97. Um, I think he's just off in that part of the sky. I just don't know why. May have to do yet another alignment. And just like do a three. I'm gonna have to do a 3 point alignment and do that. Okay, so if this doesn't work, 3 point alignment. It'll take a couple minutes, and then we can go on and because we're just kind of wasting time. Actually, we are. We're wasting quite a bit of time. We're not going to be racing the sunrise. We're racing when I collapse. That's the race. And then it's toss everything into the car as quickly as possible and head home to a warm bed. All right. 60 seconds, and then we'll see. Yeah, 60 more seconds. We'll see if we do a realignment or not. Because it's going to have to appear pretty close to the middle. If it doesn't, yeah, then something's seriously wrong. Especially since I was far enough outside of Mizar and Alcor that it wasn't in the field of view in the scope. Yeah, the Owl Nebula is going to be somewhere here. So where are we looking? Owl Nebula, M97. Owl Nebula, so we're looking over here. Oh, check it out. It's right there. This is the bowl. The bowl? No, Ursa Major. Yeah, this is the bowl, Ursa Major, and it should be right along that line. So if we're looking over here, where are we looking? There? No wonder we're off. I bet we're off. No, we got it right there. There we go. Okay, well, it's not gray, but 60 seconds. Let's do 122nd. That's it right there. That's the owl. Let's see if we can get it looking kind of like an owl. Well, kind of. Supposed to be two kind of holes in there, like the eyes of an owl. It's not too different from what we got. All right, so we got those two. M108. Do we pick up M108? Yes, we did. Right there, M108. Cool. All right, so we got a galaxy. M108. Cool. Galaxy and a planetary in the same field of view. It's not too bad. Let's leave it like that. And I'm going to reset this just so. Yeah, we can barely see it. Just barely. It's a smudge. So we're going to do much longer exposure, twice the light. See what happens. If we were looking at like this, you could barely, if you knew what to look for, you could barely see it. That thing pops out a lot more. So we have the owl and a galaxy. Ah, cool. Okay. Is it M108 or M109? I forget. Owl, M108. Cool. M108 and M109. All right. Well, we just may need longer exposure with M81, M82. Wow. I just have this just splitting headache. I think my hat is squeezing my giant brain. Or it's just too cold. One of the two. Okay. Oh. I think my wife is watching right now. Hello, dear. It is cold, but it's doable. So we're gonna watch this galaxy 108 pop out in another what, minute or so, a little bit past a minute. So we've done the exposure. Oh well. Hey, let's see if we can pick up anything in here. Get a 60-second exposure going. See what we can pick up from the owl. The owl is a planetaries, but it's mostly blue, so I'm not sure how much we'll get out of it for this one, but we'll see. So this is the modified camera. So we're going to be picking up more of the hydrogen, and we'll just see what we get. And by the way, I don't have a light pollution filter on this one because I forgot. I just forgot. So this is just a regular full color image. I just I just totally forgot to put one on there. I just thought of that right now. But that's okay. We have pretty dark skies out here in the country, so don't really need a light pollution filter. Kind of looking out here, I can see Sirius getting low in the sky. Ah, yeah, it's cold. So what's temperature right now? Today it says it's 43. Yeah, well, 43. 41. Oh, yeah, 41. Could be worse. Could be 0. Okay. There we go. All right. So that really that pops out more. And let's look at, see, both of them are really popping out more. So longer exposure, more photons equals better image. So let's look at both. So we're looking at the Owl Nebula, M97. M97, we can definitely see the darker area here. And if I just play with this a bit. Yeah. There we go. You can see a little bit of a darker area over here. That's just fine. And then if we go over to M108, so this is an edge-on spiral. We don't see a whole lot of detail, but you can see there's a little bit here, some brighter areas, and it definitely looks, we can see the elongation in there. So there's definitely something there. And if we had more imaging, a lot more images, it'd be a lot more apparent. Yeah, there we go. So we can even see some dust bands already through here too. There's a dust band here. Looks like there's a dust band coming through here. I wonder, is this the core or is this the core? Or is that just a star? That could be just a star right there. We are able to get a little bit more information out of it. So that's not too bad. It's not bad at all. Okay. So didn't have to do a full, but yeah, this is not centered. It's not bad though. This isn't bad. All right, we're gonna skip M81, M82 for a bit. Maybe when they're a different part of the sky, it'll be a little bit better to pick them out. Okay, so we did this one, M108, M109. So we're gonna hit, M108, M97. We're gonna hit M109. Yeah, M109. So this is another one Ursa Major, so we should be able to be pretty good with this one. M109, 109. Okay, slew is good. I'm not doing any guiding right now, so those were just unguided images, which is pretty cool. It's another 60-second exposure. What should we get? Oh no, that's the wrong one. I'm gonna do reset. So this is we can even see the owl in here. So we need a much longer exposure to see that. And I'm gonna, yeah, this is just barely there. So this is with the other camera. We're gonna come here and start another capture, 120 seconds. Yeah, this is the owl. We just need a much longer exposure to pull this out. This is off the modified camera. Yeah, I can't see anything. There it goes. No data whatsoever. There it goes. So we can see a little bit of something. Not great, but at least it's something. I don't think we're going to pick up any galaxy with a minute worth of exposure on this camera. I think we need probably 2 to 3 minutes with this telescope. Should I not this camera, this telescope? Ugh. Ooh-wee. We've been going at it for a while now, haven't we? And there's still more to see. In fact, there's more to see right up until dawn, which I won't be here that long. Almost. This is still going. All right. Yeah, so we're able to see the Owl Nebula and M108. So now we're looking at M109, M109 right there. So this is a barred spiral. Okay. Hopefully we'll be able to see some structure in it. Okay, this is the one that was just... Hey, there we go. Oh, yeah. Hey, we can see something. I wonder what the other one's going to show. I mean, these are unguided, too. This is pretty good for unguided. So we got a barred spiral. The bar goes right across the middle here. So we got an arm over here and an arm over here. That's pretty good. I want to reset this thing, so... Oh, could we even tell that was a galaxy? Could not even tell that was a galaxy until he did this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. There you go, but definitely bar. Definitely a bar there. Okay. It's off at the edge. It's not quite centered. But, yeah, definitely a bar. Cool. Let's check out what the other one does. And where is this thing? Ursa Major. So here we go. Mizar and Alcor. Here it is. So this is going to be somewhere right over there. I think. Let's find it on here. This is M108. Owl Nebula. M106. Somewhere. M108. There it is. So yeah, we're looking at the right place. No, not M108, M109. Ugh, cold's getting to my brain. M109, where's M109? Okay. Oh, whoa. Yeah, we're further down. Okay, where are we looking? All right. There it is. There, we can see a little bit more structure. We can see the bar. We can see some dust bands through here. But there's the central bar. Again, if we did, I think if we did longer exposures and better exposures. Yep. You've got definitely a central bar. And we saw the same thing on here. The central bar. I think if we did a longer exposure with this one, this would come up pretty good. But let's keep going. So we got ourselves a barred spiral. M109. So now let's go with M106. Large, bright, spiral galaxy. Okay. M106. Back M106. Enter. Yeah, it's pretty close. Cool. Do the same thing. We're going to do a... Step down here. I want to do 120-second exposure. Same thing. 120-second exposure. What part of the sky are we looking at? Again, near Ursa Major. Near Ursa Major. I'm going to go 106. 106. So actually, we're going a bit of ways. And that's what we want to look at. Admittedly, it won't be this nice. This is a Hubble image. But definitely a not quite a full face-on spiral, but we all are able to see stuff. In this Hubble image, all this red stuff, these are star-forming regions. So this is basically an image with the hydrogen alpha filter, so that you can see exactly where stars are being born. The same thing with areas like this and like this. So these are areas of gas. These brighter areas here are places are stellar nurseries, just all through here. I don't think we're going to see it that well, but now let's see what we can get. I think we're about midnight. I'm going to have to take a break. And my wife and mother-in-law are watching. Hi. It's cold, but I don't actually feel all that cold. And I think with at least one hand in a glove, it's actually manageable. And there's no wind. If there was any wind, uh, I think I'd be calling it quits about an hour ago or so. But there's just no wind, and there's no dew, which makes a huge difference. Everything's just dry as a bone. So tonight's a really good night for imaging. And I think there were going to be some people at one of our dark sky sites, or if not both dark sky sites. So tonight's a really, really good night for imaging. It's very still. It's cold, and you actually see the cameras 14 degrees Celsius right now. So it's just it's not a huge amount of noise on there, but it's getting nice and chilly. In the summer, when the camera temperature is at 50 plus degrees, it's not good. You get a lot of noise. All right, so you got another 50 seconds. I bet that's my wife. I bet. Because of course it is. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Oh. That's pretty. It ain't centered though. That's pretty. Okay, let's reset this, see what it looks like this. Okay. That's actually pretty good. Wow, that actually extends way out. It looks like it extends. If I move it, you can kind of see. That's pretty. That's pretty nice. To the point where you can even see the banding. I want to see just how centered it is. It's not terribly centered. Hmm. Question is, what direction do I push it to center it? Really too bad, because this one, oh man, that one, it's right at the edge. I don't know what that is. Not sure. Yeah, we can see the active, or we can see a core. And if I do, let's reset this. Yeah, you can barely see that. Because this one's primarily looking at hydrogen gas. We could still see some of the banding, some of the dust bands, I should say. Um, that's not bad. That one's kind of pretty. All right, let's zoom in again. I wonder what this is. Not sure what that is. And then we got maybe more galaxies. That could easily just be more galaxies. All right. Let's look at Starry Night. But that's pretty. That's really pretty. Oh, not Tuesday. Now. 109. So we got this. What do we have around it? I don't see. I don't see anything else. If I turned on all the other galaxy catalogs and stuff, it'd probably show it. I'm guessing those are going to be galaxies. Hope that's a cow that's mooing. That looks like some kind of an edge-on galaxy. And then these look like galaxies as well. They're just little bitty fuzzies. They don't look like stars. Oh, here's another galaxy. Oh, here's another edge-on spiral. A bunch of galaxies. Oh, here's another one. There's one right there. There's one right there. Didn't even notice them, huh? This one you can see. Oh, wow. Look at that dust band right in the middle. Right there. That's a nice dust band. That's pretty cool, isn't it? I think it's pretty cool. Yeah, we just picked up a bunch of galaxies right there. Anything else? That's probably a galaxy right there. It's like a little fuzzy. That could be a galaxy right there in the corner. It's hard to tell. Hmm. Okay, so we got that one. Those. And the big one. All right. Cool. That was kind of worth it. All right, what's next? So that was M106, M40. Oh man, M40. This is that double star we talked about earlier. Bit of a disappointment, probably, but let's grab it anyway. M40. This is one of those. Why did he pick this one? 040. And it's close by too, so we're not jumping very far yet. Okay, so that's still going. We're going to do a quick exposure on this thing. We do not need 2-minute exposure. That's a 20-second exposure. Just make sure we're in the right place. We got coyotes now. All right, 20 more seconds. Remember, this is just a apparent binary. And for some reason, he thought, hey, This is a fuzzy, and it's just not very impressive. M40. Should be able to pick it up. Here it is. Let's see what we should be expecting. Okay. That's it. Little binary. And he thought it was a fuzzy for some reason. Let's see just how close to get. Oh, no. Well, that's it right there. Okay. M40. That's what we got. I don't know what else we were expecting, but that's M40. Okay. What's after M40? M40, M95, and M96. Okay, M95. We're going to go 0, 9, 5, enter. Not crossing the meridian, are we? I don't know. Ugh. M95. Let's find M95 on here. M95. 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 Come on. Ugh. All right, we're going to have to take longer exposure. Hey. I don't know. Doing its thing. Not searching. 95. Hey, M92. I don't know where we're looking. M95. There we go. Where is it? Not in Virgo. Okay. Oh, we're going to hit the Leo triplet soon. Cool. This is what we're looking at. Oh, well, that should be pretty. It's almost a face-on spiral. As long as it's in the field of view, right? Okay. All right. I think I'll need to go to the bathroom in just a minute. Yeah. I guess I should have started that a minute and a half ago. So I'll wait. Might take another image of it and see what that looks like. Ooh, just cold. Ah. Ah. All right, got 2 minutes until the image comes up. 16 degrees. Yeah, I should have brought long underwear, and I also should have brought something for my head. I think it's just the cold. Just have a headache from the cold. So He's hot. So at least there's that. Okay. And we're not doing any guiding on this either. So the last images are pretty good for not guiding. I mean, it's looping, but PhD is it's still running, but it's not actually doing any guiding. It just wants a tiny little star to guide on too. Come on. All right, needs another minute. Looks like it needs another minute. See what else is in the area of M95. Okay, M96. We should be able to get M96 in the same field of view too. Okay. So 2 galaxies, 2 face-on spirals. Okay. All right, let's see what that looks like. Should be ready any minute now. Hey, how's that for timing? All right, I see nothing. Are we going to have another calibration issue again? Is there anything that's popping up? Anything at all? I don't see anything. All right, fine. Need to recalibrate, or at least resync on an object. Because I don't see any galaxies or galaxy-like things in here, and we should be able to see 2. So I don't think we're pointed at the right place. Okay. All right, what do we got in the area? What do we got in the area? We need a big bright star in the area. Regulus. Okay, because we're looking at the Leo triplet. We need Regulus. Okay, so I'm going to do that. We're going to go on to, we're going to search for Regulus. Menu, back, menu, select and slew, stars, name stars. We're at Mizar. We're going to keep going down until we hit Regulus. NPR Regulus. All right. I'm going to hit Regulus. We're going to resync on Regulus. Oh, we're over there. Oh man, I gotta go kneel on the ground again. That's always fun. Where is Regulus? Where's Regulus? That's Regulus? Okay. Oh man, this is way down low. Where is it? Alright, it's not gonna work well. Way too bad. Trying to see if I can do it a different way, but I can't. No. Nope. Why can't I just see it? Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay. Trying to not to kneel on the ground, and that's not happening. Shoot. This is not going to be easy. Oh, yep. Remind me next time. Raise the telescope up lots higher. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. This is this is not fun. Um, sorry, I'm like lying down on the ground trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this right. And a bit away, so a bit quiet. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I can't really do this. It's like in such an awkward position. I can't get to it easily. Yeah, next time we'll have to raise the whole system way up higher. Jeez. Okay, I can see where Regulus is, but I can't actually do anything about it. Is the mirror. There's the mirror. Okay. I can see the dot, but I have no idea where Regulus is. Yeah, I can't actually, I can't see it in the mirror. So, all right, let's do this. This is just, oh, ow, twist my ankle too. Yeah, something's, something's way off. So I need a longer exposure. We're gonna have to play with this just a bit. Because I don't see where Regulus is. In the field of view. I simply don't. I should be seeing Regulus down here, right? So where is Regulus? Let's look at it here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Leo. So I have Regulus here. One. Regulus is what? The head of Leo? So where am I looking at here? Is that Regulus there? So I am quite a bit of ways off. Let's see what happens if I do this. Say 30-second exposure. I want to switch this down to 15 seconds. Oh, fine. 15. So I move down. No, I moved this way. I need to move it over this way. See what this looks like. I believe that's a cow that's mooing. Yeah. This is just the jankiest way of doing it. But that's okay. So I'm pretty sure that's Regulus right there. the right direction. Somewhere over there. So that's going to be more centered. Man, it's just hard to get to it. I'm going to try it one more time. Once more with feeling. Over there. It's somewhere nearby. I still don't see Regulus in the field, though. Oh, man. Where do I have to be to see this thing? I have to be right there. I'm going to have to sit down. Okay. I'm actually not too far. Okay. I think I got it. Ouch. But yeah, that's unpleasant. Back to frame and focus. That was pretty close. Let's see. Wrong direction. Okay. Menu, sync to target. Enter. I'm just hoping that's Regulus. All right, let's try. What were we looking at before? We were looking at M95. All right. That's what I'm focused on right now. I guess I could do this. Yeah, maybe not that one. Circle. Whatever we're pointing at right there, that should be pretty close. So, all right. M95. Back menu. Select and slew. Deep sky. Messier. M95. I should be close. All right. Here we go. 120 seconds. Once more. And this time I'm going to go to the bathroom. So, I have got to go. Let this thing keep going. So, I will be back shortly. See. Need a flashlight, I can see, but yep, we'll be back. Whew. All right. Back now. Hey, there we go. Wonder how long ago that was. Oh, it wasn't too bad. Okay. So what do we have here? We've got Galaxy. All right. Oh, it's a little barred. All right. So let's see which one are we looking at. M95? M95. And that looks pretty close. M95 and M96. We should be able to see both of them in the same field of view. Come on. Hello. Oh, we just had it. Come on. Oh, wrong one. So we got that bar. Cool. So this is M95. Then M96 is up here. See, when we center it, now it's good. M96 right there. Okay. Let's look at it. Let's get a good view. M96. We got like another barred spiral over here. So it's definitely viewable. Visible. Hang on. So we picked up 2 galaxies there. That's better. Okay, yes, dear. Soon. It is midnight. It's soon. It's a little bit after midnight. I want to catch a couple more galaxies that we have in our list. At least get the Leo triplet. But yeah, we'll be finishing up soon. It's 12:15. It's now after midnight. I've been doing this thing almost 6 hours now. So it's a work night, essentially. It's gonna take me a little bit of time to go ahead and shut down too. So got M96, M95, M95 and M96. We're gonna go M105. Very near M105. Okay, cool. So actually, do we have M95 in the field of view? Let's find out. M105, so here we go. Oh, it's just out of the field of view. It's just out. Okay, so M105. Let's do M105. M105. Back. M105. 105. 5. Enter. Alright, so this will be close by. And again, we're not doing any guiding, so those images are pretty good for 0 guiding. Alright, M105, we're going to do start capture. And then we'll do the other camera as well, because why not? Oh. And my wife is urging me to hurry and come home. Oh, wow. It is cold. Ooh-wee. It is cold. But that's okay. I have tea, and all I got is tea. I got tea, warm clothes, 1 glove, and a finger to control the laptop on the other hand. But it's not terribly bad. It's down about 40 degrees right now, but there's just no wind, there's no dew. That makes it actually bearable. It's not great, but it's bearable. Remember when my wife and I did our Messier Marathon years ago. I don't think it was this cold. It was significantly warmer. I want to say it was like at least in the 60s. So, yeah. My wife is just sending me something else. She really wants me to finish up and come home. So, yes. We're gonna do the Leo triplet and see what else there is, but we're gonna pack up soon. It's getting late. A lot of us have to go to work in the morning. I still have to pack up, toss everything in the car, and then be at work at 8. Oh, she's trying to send me something, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not getting it. So we'll see. All right, noise reduction. 2 more minutes for noise reduction. This should look actually a lot better now that we've recentered. But I definitely want to get the Leo triplet. I want to be able to get that. So again, was not expecting to do a full marathon today. If the weather had cooperated a little bit better, it would have been more feasible. Oh, she sent me pictures of a warm fireplace to be at home. Yes, dear. That would be very nice right now. It really would be. Oh, the sacrifices I make for the club, right? All right. What's the scope looking at? We're looking at Leo triplet, or not yet. We're looking at M105. M105. See, yeah, my brain's not even working right now. It's late. It's that cold. But we're almost there. Almost there. Soon. It's not too bad. Remember, these are quickie images. You can see a lot of vignetting. Excuse me. There's no image processing whatsoever. But we're able to see some of this stuff fairly easily once everything is aligned properly. We got 12 more seconds. Cool. 10, 9, 8. Faster, faster, faster. This one should pop up first. So we did this one first. Any second now. Any second now. There we go. Bing. The other one should pop up. There we go. All right. There we are. Oh, that is Leo triplet. Oh, sweet. So you got elliptical, and spiral. Edge on spiral appears. Okay. Got another galaxy over here. That's pretty cool. Right over here. So we're just picking them up. All right, let's zoom in on that again, just so we can see pretty well. The Leo triplet. So let's see what this one has. Picking up those two. All right, let's do reset. Yeah, you can barely see anything because they don't have a lot of activity in them. Right there's the other one. You can barely tell they're galaxies. It's a little bit right there. Just barely. But if we go back to the full color one, now it's really obvious. They're fuzzies, and there's something to them. All right. We got that one. So what are we looking at? This was M105. M105. Oops. M105. M105. Small elliptical. M65. Why didn't they go? All right, fine, whatever. M65. Menu. Oh, back. M065065. And we're going to try to hit M81 and M82 as well, but maybe. We'll see. Oh, we might have to recenter it yet again. There are a couple more galaxies on here. We'll just keep popping them out. M65, M66, M51. We're definitely going to have to do the whirlpool. Oh, come on. You can stop now. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, good. Always worried it's going to bang into something. Okay. Start it again. Start it again. Let's see what it does. Oh. Oh, I've said yes, it was cold during our Messier Marathon. That was sleeping in a cold car. I remember we went to go sleep. I didn't remember it was that cold of a car. I remember waking up. So about 2 o'clock, there's a break. When there's nothing new coming over the horizon. So you have, if you've caught up by 2 o'clock, you have 2 hours to take a nap. And I think we overslept, and I think we got up like at 5 or something, and they were racing the sun to get those last couple. And I think we missed the last like 3 or 4 um, before the sun came up. We just couldn't see them anymore. It was just too bright. And then we missed a couple at the very beginning of the night because they were just too bright as well, or the sky was just too bright before they got down below the horizon, or at least below the tree line. Oh well, it's still fun. So yeah, this came out quite nice. Look really nice. 105. Let's do M105. Let's see where it is. M105, M95. We did it 105. 105. Come on. I don't know why it's so slow. M105. Yep, so that's what we picked up right there. We're able to see that. That was pretty cool. 2 ellipticals and something. Oh, M96, M95. So that's what we saw right there. Okay. And that's not the Leo triplet. Leo triplet is way over here, M66. Is that what we're looking at right now? See, I can remember. M65 and M66. Let's see. M65. 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 Come on. We go Leo triplet 1. Yep, so we're going to go to Leo triplet. Where's the other one? Okay. It's triplet. I don't see 2 galaxies in there. Ugh. All right, fine. Okay. That's what we're looking at. M65 is where we're going to next. We still have 30 seconds left. Okay. Cool. 30 seconds left. Oh. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping this thing up soon. Within the half hour. I'll say that. Within the half hour, we got to wrap it up soon because I got to head home. I got to pack up first and then head home. Ugh. Thank you, Russ. I'll go home and I will warm up, but I want to catch this thing first. I already said I wanted to catch Leo Triplet. I definitely want to catch this one tonight. And then also the Whirlpool. I just got to get the Whirlpool. Okay. What is that? Let's get this one. Okay. There we go. I got something right there. We got a galaxy right there. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? It should be here somewhere. And a degree of it. There's something right there. I don't see it. I think it's calibration. Or not calibration. I think it's just the sync thing. We can see one. As for the rest, I don't know. Let's see what that looks like in other places. So we got that one. Got that one. That's all I see. Are we even looking at the right place, though? I don't even know. Let's jump onto the Whirlpool. I'm 65, 66, Whirlpool, M51. Let's just grab M51. Oh. M51. Back in Ursa Major. M51, M63, Sunflower. Oh, Sunflower's nice. And Pinwheel. Oh, man, there's so many pretty ones. All right, we'll do this. M51, M63, and M101. And at that point, it's just... so many galaxies. This is galaxy time right now. So many galaxies. Springtime is galaxy time. Just look at all those galaxies. Now we get in the globulars. And the Ring Nebula's back. And then all the stuff in the Milky Way. I'm not even. M20s. What was that one that says not possible? M30. Yeah, toughest object. Yeah. Wait, did I start imaging yet? No. Fine. M51, right? Yeah. We slewed. M51, M51. So many galaxies. And all the pretty galaxies, too. M51, that's what we're going to go with, M51. M63, maybe M101. And, yeah. Yeah, we're going to call it quits pretty soon. Later on this spring, I think later on this spring, might do like a galaxy night where we're just going to go through the Messier objects, just the galaxies, just start off like with Leo Triplet and go on, just do all the galaxies. Something like a mini Messier Marathon, just stuff that looks good at that for that season when it's warmer and when it's not so late. It's already getting there. I've been here 6 hours. Yeah, I've been here 6 hours. And, when you move, you stay warm, but when you don't move, you're not that warm. All right, let's do this one. Let's just do 2 more galaxies. This one, M51, and then like the Pinwheel. I think Pinwheel's large, but it's low surface brightness. we'll see what that one's like, and then and that'll be enough. I think that'll be enough for tonight. Still getting something. So we got that. Yeah, I'm not sure why it does the countdown on the older camera, but it doesn't do a countdown on the newer camera. It just says 120 seconds. But no, just the way it is. You know, dear, every time you send me a text message and I check it, I have to open up my jacket and I just get colder and colder. So, yeah, just tell me to come home. So, yes, dear. Yes, dear. I do. I want to come home. But they're such pretty galaxies. I mean, they're just waiting to be imaged, waiting for someone to look at them. The light has been coming from some of these galaxies for tens of millions of years. And I just, I would be doing the photons a disservice by not utilizing them to take an image, wouldn't I? You wouldn't want to disappoint a photon, even hundreds or thousands of photons. Ah. Whew. Yeah, she just wants me to freeze. I guess the colder I am, the more likely I am to finish quickly. Is that it? I think that's it. I love you too, dear. Okay. All right. You know, she could have just chatted in the YouTube chat too, but okay, here we go. Again, with that camera. How about this one? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We got nothing? Let's reset this thing. What do we have? This is... No. We got nothing. Alignment's off again. We're not centered where we should be on M51, right? Let's see how close we are. Okay. Now, we should be able to see it in the field of view. We should be able to see it, and I've got nothing. So, it's an alignment issue. I'm gonna work on it for next couple of weeks, I guess, when the weather is good. See what I can figure out. But yeah, that's where we're at. So we should be seeing it um somewhere in here. I don't see it. It's 3 seconds. All right, let's get further. 15 seconds. What are we looking at? I just want to know where. Oh yeah, we're off. Yeah. Here's Mizar. Alcade. There's Mizar, Alcade. So let's see, what are we pointing at? Yeah. So what we should be seeing is Mizar, Alcade, and then over here. Make a triangle like this. These are out. So we should be should be like right over here. That's where we should be, right there. Because if we look at it, let's try this again. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's our issue. Mizar and Alcor. Mizar and Alcor. So it should be. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm gonna do this because I have to see these two things separate out like this. I can kind of figure out where I'm going to be looking. So this is upside down. This is that star. This over here. Right? It flip it. So this star is this star. Should be doing this like this. I should be out over here somewhere. I should be out over here. All right, what happens if I do that? Just for kicks and grins. What's my 15 seconds? Fine. Let's do this. Wait, hold on. Wrong direction. Wrong direction. No. No, 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 no. Shoot. It recentered it, didn't it? Yeah. Oh, shoot. It was like right over here, wasn't it? I accidentally clicked on it over there. Yeah. Horrible grinding noise. Alright, that's good. Yeah, I should be looking at like somewhere right over here. Alright. Let's take a quick exposure, see if we can just hunt it down. 30 seconds. Ridiculous ISO. Let's make it noisy, 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 just so we can see it. Alright, in a minute. Let's do M51. This'll be it. Yep. This'll have to be it. We're down to 7 people. And, I'm tired. Everyone's tired. Some of us have to go to work tomorrow. But I do enjoy this, even though it's cold. Even when I have a headache. Even when I should be in bed. This is still fun. Alright. Let's do... Oh, shit. That's not the one I wanted. That's not the one I wanted. That's okay. Alright. 35 seconds. 30 seconds. Ridiculous ISO. Try it again. We got it centered. Great. Hope we got it centered. Ish. Centered-ish. I don't think we do. I'll be surprised. Yeah. Nothing. Maybe in this one. Got 30 seconds left. I think it should be right here. I'm close, but I don't think I'm right on it. It should be right about there. We'll see. Maybe we'll get in the field of view. But yeesh, cold. Yeah, there's something to be said for summer nights. It's a lot more comfortable. Even when it gets cool, it's a lot more comfortable. I got nothing. There's nothing there. That's obvious. Even just I mean, it should be popping up, even with the stupid ISO. It should be popping up. So if we look at this, it should be over a little bit more. Yeah. Nope, wrong direction. Wrong direction. This is the right direction. Nope, wrong direction too. Yeah, it's not the best of sounds. All right, once more. I want to say it's somewhere right there, so we'll do just one more, maybe not so stupid of a noise level. ISO. Yeah, 30 seconds. If it's not here, we're done. Ah, it's 12:45. Been doing this for a while. We've seen a bunch of objects. I've seen. You've seen any globular? Yeah, we saw globulars. We saw open clusters. We saw a couple planetaries. We saw a reflection nebula with the Pleiades. We saw the emission nebula with the Orion Nebula. We saw a couple of galaxies. So we've seen spirals, barred spirals, ellipticals. Haven't gotten any irregulars, I don't think. I don't recall seeing any irregulars. We saw M1, supernova remnant. Uh, that kind of runs the gamut of what we've seen. Oh, and of course, M40, the binary. Um, Not sure how that one snuck in, but there we go. Um, yeah, so we've seen quite a few tonight, and let's see if we can see one more. No, I don't see it. It should be really obvious, but I don't see it. Um, and I don't have the brain power or the energy to keep hunting it down. I would need to go ahead and resync anyway over there. And I don't know what star that is. So I don't know what we're actually pointed at. I'd have to go back to Mizart. But that's okay. All right. Oh, so let's see. Where are we? Uh, all right. Okay. Oh. So, thank you everyone for joining us tonight. For everyone who stuck around to the very end. Um, we try to do these as often as we can. Pretty much, it's limited by my time when I'm able to come out. When I have time to do it, when the weather is good, and when the stars align, so to speak, we go ahead and try to do these. Next time, let's see, next weekend is going to be rain, so that's not going to be feasible. The 13th is actually the best time to do the Messier Marathon. It's the new moon. But since it's raining, yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. That's why I tried to do it this weekend. In 2 weeks, we have a first quarter moon, and I may just do a 1 or 2 hour long moon viewing from the backyard. Again, it'll depend on weather and it'll depend on time again. So it is what it is, but that's what we work with. We are still not doing public star parties because of CDC recommendations. There's not really a way to do it safely with what we have available. We've been Well, I've specifically been looking at some stuff, but it's just not feasible at this time. We are really hoping to be able to do this again as soon as possible. Even when we do, this is still something that I would not mind doing to continuing. Not everyone is able to make it out to one of our star parties. We would have them previously in the before times. We had them at Tandy Hills. This is just to the east of downtown Fort Worth, and we also had them down in Dinosaur Valley. Not everyone can make it down to Dinosaur Valley, and Tandy Hills is not a large location. Parking is kind of limited there, um, but it is something. It is something else to go ahead and see the night sky with your own eyes, and that's something that we try to push. But if we can't do it, this is absolutely the next best thing, and this does give you a taste for astrophotography. See what's involved in doing it. What is what even fairly modest equipment is capable of. Um, and my equipment is a little bit past modest, but at the same time, we have club members who've put in tens of thousands of dollars into their equipment. Uh, I have not, and a lot of my equipment I went ahead and bought very slowly over a long period of time. It just kind of gathered up. So that's where we're at. And it is now 12:50. It is 40 degrees. I still have a little bit of time before I can leave. I have to pack everything up as quickly as I can and head home. I'll see if one of my cousins is still up and if they can go ahead and help me so I can get out of here quickly. Again, thank you very much for joining us, and stay safe and have a good night and get into a nice warm bed. So,